It's game day in the Powell Athletic Center. The Tigers and Lady Tigers in action against Thomas More for the final time as Mid-South Conference foes. The Saints are in the Powell, and what a game day it is. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly here with you. The Lady Tigers and Thomas More Saints start this Mid-South doubleheader. Number 1, Thomas More, visiting number 3, Campbellsville University. Benji Kelly, anytime you get a top 5 matchup in the regular season, it's always special when you can do it with two teams from within the same conference 20-some games into the year. Speaks volumes about these two programs, these two coaches, what they've been able to accomplish. This, my friend, is as good as it gets.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Matt. These two programs right here, the kind of the gold standard of the NAIA women's basketball, and like you said, to be able to get a chance to have this here the last weekend in January as we're heading into the final stretch of the conference play. Thomas More coming in here to Powell. Here we are, as you and I were talking, 20 minutes prior to tip-off. Stands are filling up rather quickly, and this has the makings to be a spectacular game and something that you would feel in a Final Four championship type game atmosphere. It's going to be a great afternoon.
You know, obviously you and I are rooting for the young ladies that will be in maroon and gray today, and we will, of course, throughout the year. But these games are so special, so fun. I joked with Ginger Hike Auburn a bit after their loss at Thomas More that sign me up to watch this game 3 more times.
Oh, yeah,
and
absolutely.
give me one in the Mid-South Conference tournament, hopefully the finals. That would be cool. I'd take another one in the national tournament. It's just so fun to play this bunch. You have got to play your best basketball when you play the Saints, and I thought Thursday night was awfully telling. These two clubs, how can you not look ahead a little bit? How can you not, Benji? There's so much on the line. For Thomas More, they would put themselves in the catbird seat at the regular season championship with a win here today over the Lady Tigers. For the Lady Tigers, you really need a win over Thomas More, not only to stay at the same pace as them, but just to prove maybe to yourselves that you can do it. And last season, Bailey Pettigo had a shot off the left wing to tie the game and send it to overtime. It just wouldn't go down here at the Powell Center, and the Lady Tigers lost that one. But here today, the two teams maybe struggled a bit against their foes on Thursday night. Thomas More hosting Lindsey Wilson. That was a 5-point game. The Saints led by 17 late, a 16-0 run for Lindsey Wilson College. All of a sudden, they had themselves a ball game there in Crestview Hills, and the Lady Tigers started off a bit slow at Wilberforce before pulling out a big win. But, you know, when you see that little bitty number to the left of these teams, and it's a single digit, target is on the back, to say the least.
Well, you're right. And here's the thing, you know, no matter how hard the coaches try to tell the players, listen, this game is important. I'm talking about Thursday night. They're teenagers. They're looking at the schedule, and they see a 1 versus 3. Heck yeah, we're going to look past that, because also for Campbellsville playing a team that hasn't won a game or won one game, you're going to look past that. Absolutely, you're going to come out flat. And thankfully, they got the bench came off, got their acting, and then from the rest of the way, Campbellsville, you know, stood it. I guarantee that Thomas More did the same thing. They've been when the schedule comes out, there's certain dates that you circle. This is one of those dates. These two programs. I mean, it's just like you said. I love this type of basketball. I love this type of programs because you got counter moves that coaches make, substitutions, plays, defenses, switches, that sort of thing, and it comes down to who can execute the best, and that's what I love about this game.
Let's look at the numbers. Benji Kelly on the season. The Thomas More Saints still perfect, 22-0. They are 16-0 in league play. They and Central Methodist, who currently sits second, are the only two remaining undefeated teams in the NAIA. The Lady Tigers, 20-1 on the year. They are 14-1 in league play. Their only loss to this Thomas More Saints club on the 5th of January at the Connor Convocation Center. The Lady Tigers would love to avenge that here today. The Lady Tigers have an extra Mid-South Conference game that they'll have to get in on the schedule, and it's a big one against Pikeville, who currently sits 3rd in the standings. So Campbellsville has Pikeville twice. Thomas More still has a game with Pikeville as well. So still, this thing is not in the bag by any stretch.
I mean, here we are, 3 weeks left. You know, the final regular season game is basically 3 weeks from today. And Pikeville is on a 12-game winning streak themselves in the conference. And like you said, we've got to go down there next week. Then they immediately come back up here. So as we were talking before we went on air, looking at the remaining games for this Campbellsville team, we're going through the gauntlet here, starting here today, this afternoon with Thomas More. So What a tremendous opportunity. We'll be able to knock off the #1 team here this afternoon if Campbellsville comes to play and executes the way that they can. And as Coach Colvin says, let's keep it simple and trust what we have. We've got the skill, we've got the players to take care of business today, so let's do it.
The Lady Tigers averaging 84 points per basketball game, Benji Kelly. That is top 5 in the country in points per game. It's 5th to be exact. They are shooting it at 49% from the floor. That is good enough for 2nd in the nation. 38.9% from long range, 1st in the country from deep for the Lady Tigers. Campbellsville does not turn the basketball over, neither does Thomas More. You can look down the list. The numbers are close in a lot of areas. The Lady Tigers to this point, Benji, have done it a bit more with offense than maybe usual. For Thomas More, defensively, they are as good as it gets. They have went a bit smaller this year. They don't have a big body like Alexa Chrisman, who has been Chrisman last year able to control the paint, was the national tournament most valuable player in their national tournament win. And they don't have that same presence with Alexa Chrisman, but they have the athleticism, and they're able to switch just about everything 1 through 5, and that's where this game is moving, and they do it really well.
They do it really well. I mean, just taking a look, you know, a lot of times you talk about the eye test of a team. You're looking out here and see this Thomas More team. They're pretty much, with exception of two or three guards, they're pretty much the same height, and he rotates them, you know, quite often. But then you got some deadly shooters in Hurst and Barth, and you know, player conference. All conference team players for a couple of years. I mean, they are deadly from out. I remember last year's game, we had a little run going, and then Hurst comes down and knocks down a big 3 with about a minute to go, and you're just like, oh my, here we go. This is going to be a great game. Both teams are going to go to their strengths, and it's who can execute and make those little adjustments the easiest that's going to come out with a victory here today. It's going to be a great game. I'm pumped.
Let's go and get this ball in the air.
Let's get it in the air.
The Lady Tigers and Saints getting some warm-up tosses in. Thomas More averages about 76.5 points per game, 45% from the field, 37% from long range. They are one of the nation's best free throw shooting teams at 78.3%. The rebounds and some other numbers very similar. Campbellsville University, 1st in the country in assists per game at almost 21 dimes per basketball game. These two clubs met on the 5th of January. Thomas More jumped out early. The Lady Tigers would battle back. They just didn't quite have enough to get over the hump. It was a 12-point win for the Saints, and kudos to Rachel Martin. That night she hit a couple of big 3-point buckets for Thomas More. Kelly Brenner with a big performance off the bench as well. And, you know, there were some other young ladies, Riley Turner and Alex Smith hit some big shots for Thomas More, and certainly helped propel them. For Campbellsville, Caitlin Wilkes led the way with 19 points. She was 9 of 11 from the field, and it was on that day, Campbellsville saw Thomas More hit 13 threes. Thomas More, one of the nation's best three-point shooting teams in terms of volume. They're going to make about 10 a game. They hit 13 that day. The Lady Tigers just 6. Campbellsville really had success down inside, but as it goes, if a team can hit enough of those threes, it's hard to match.
It's a great equalizer. It really is. You know, it's a great equalizer, but it's also the great extender. You know, if teams are hot, and like you said, 13-6, that's a lot of points that you have to make up down in the paint to do that. But once again, Campbellsville is dominant in the paint with Wilkes and Luby. You know, you don't really lose anything when you sub one of those in. So it's just, once again, going to come down. You got to make shots. You got to play defense. You know, at a key time, get a key turnover, block out, rebound. I know come and watch practice earlier this week. All they were doing was working on rebounding, keeping them off the boards. And if you can extend those or limit those extra opportunities to give a team second chance points, it's a victory or a recipe for success.
Good news for you guys listening and following at home on video or radio. The buzzer has sounded. The pregame work, all that stuff. The hay's in the barn, as they say, and these two clubs are just about ready for action. Montel Richardson will have our opening prayer, a local pastor here in our community, terrific individual and community leader here. He'll have the opening prayer, we'll have national anthem, and come back here in just a bit with your starting lineups as the Lady Tigers will do battle with Thomas More. Number 1 visits number 3. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
That's not right. How is it? Is it good?
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Welcome back inside the Powell Center. Starting lineups being announced here courtside. Matt Payton, Benji Kelly with you. Let's take a look at the starters for the Lady Tigers here as Campbellsville University, their 20th win on Thursday night. Mac in action here at home. The Lady Tigers, Coach Ginger High-Colvin, her 16th season, 435 wins on the ledger, 5 times the Conference Coach of the Year award winner. Assisted by former Lady Tiger Miranda Denny and Brett Sowell. The Lady Tigers send out Bailey Pettigo, 5'7", a junior guard from Glasgow, Kentucky. Lauren Lee, 5'7", a sophomore guard from Liberty, Kentucky. Maddie Boyle, 5'6", the junior guard from Milledgeville, Kentucky. Courtney Pritchett, 5'8", a redshirt junior forward from Byrdstown, Tennessee. And Caitlin Wilkes, 6'2", a junior forward from Stanford, Kentucky. For Thomas More, the Saints, the #1 ranked team in the country, Jeff Hands in his 12th year, Sarah Hart and Brian Neal on the sideline for the Saints. They'll send out Riley Turner, 5'11", a freshman guard from Newport, Kentucky. Courtney Hurst, 5'8", a senior guard from Burlington, Kentucky. Zoe Barth, 5'8", a senior guard from Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Emily Simon, 5'11", a senior guard from Hilliard, Ohio. And Rachel Martin rounds out the 5'4", a junior guard from Cincinnati, Ohio. The Lady Tigers in the home grays today. Campbellsville across the chest in maroon with white trim. Maroon numerals for CU. The Tiger paw on the shorts. And for Thomas More, the Road Blues. Thomas More in black, sandwiching the white number with white trim on the letters, black trim on the numerals. We are just about ready to go. Again, the Thrivent starting 5 for the Lady Tigers, presented by Quentin Ford. Pettigo, Lee, Boyle, Pritchett, and Wilkes. Right to left for the Lady Tigers if you're following along on radio. Left to right for the Saints. The 2 young ladies in the middle, Wilkes and Turner. We are ready to go. Ball in the air, tap controlled by Barth and Thomas More as Turner swats it back to her. Hurst here on the right wing. The Lady Tigers in their standard extended zone defense here to start this game. In the middle, Turner at the free throw line. Barth looking into the corner. Martin will drive on the end line. Stops about midway through the paint. Shovels it back out to Simon. 10 to shoot. The Lady Tigers recover well. Crowd gets into it. Hurst open 3. Good for Courtney Hurst.
Yeah, good ball movement there by Thomas More. Lauren Lee kind of fell down and left Hurst wide open, and she drains it like she always does. Good
Pettigo out front here, working in the logo at midcourt. Hands it to Boyle. Pritchett. Pettigo again. Pettigo defended here by Barth. Bounces to Boyle. They want Wilkes on the entry. Pritchett in the corner. Will drive as Simon closed out. Now Martin helps out. Open. Pettigo the answer. That is just a bit hard. Pettigo chases down her own miss. Pritchett Now Lee at the elbow, backs away. They want Wilkes, can't get it to her. Lee in the middle, throws up a shot, it goes, and one!
What a play.
Lauren Lee will go to the free throw line. How about that move by the sophomore point guard? The foul will go against Emily Simon.
Wow, just a way to absorb that contact, a little fade away, got it up high.
Some discussion there, Benji.
I think it was on
exactly
the possession arrow. It's on the scoreboard instead of on the front of the scores table.
Free throw is good. We're tied up at 3. Jamie Browning behind me, the former SID here at Campbellsville University, he would say, I thought it would be closer than this. Right corner, Turner, Deckett gets right past Wilkes and gets the lay-in. Wilkes closing out hard, and once she got there, Turner with an easy path to the rim. 5-3 the score.
You can see here early they're pressuring Lee off the inbounds pass. They want someone else to bring it up.
Pettigo in the middle, gets it from Pritchett there, back to Lee. Now Pritchett will drive left side. Slowed down a bit. Now Pettigo has it. She gets the screen from Boyle. 9 to shoot. Pritchett down on the end line, back out. Pettigo, 5 to shoot. Pritchett going to work against Hurst, drives in, gets the step, gets the finish.
Way to use a full 30-second there. Take advantage of it, Courtney Pritchett. Nice layup.
Hurst, right side, going to take a contested jumper long two. Good for Courtney Hurst.
Yeah, such a good shooter. You got no matter where she's at on the court, you got to keep an eye on her, and she's got a quick trigger. So Campbellsville needs to adjust on that.
This is the beauty of this Lady Tiger offense here, Benji, is Lauren Lee, they're kind of taking her away, but Pettigo had played the point in her first 2 years exclusively, and she's still kind of the backup, so the Lady Tigers have a luxury of a forward that is kind of in a point guard's body inside. Wilkes may have been fouled. I guess she got a piece of the basketball. It looked awkward coming up, and I think maybe Turner got a hand on the ball, and it'll go out of bounds, staying with Campbellsville here. Just 9 on the shot clock. Lee bounces it in to Boyle. Pritchett at the elbow. Martin digs in from behind, knocks it away. Pritchett stays with it, still working, steps through, throws up an off-balance shot, kisses it in off glass.
Yeah, great start for both teams. It's kind of a prize fight, filling each other out. Right now, everybody's shooting 100% almost.
Barth holds it out off the left wing. Now Martin on the right side. She had a big game in Crestview Hills. Drives in. We're going to get a foul called here against Lauren Lee. That'll be the first on Lee. First on Thomas Moore. Or excuse me, on the Lady Tigers, as Thomas Moore will make a change here. Alex Smith checks in, 6-foot junior forward. And it is Emily Simon that will leave the basketball game. And this free throw good for Rachel Martin. Martin just about 50% on the season. It's a really good free throw shooting team in Thomas Moore, but she has struggled a bit. And she gets 1 of 2, so 50% right on the season average there for Martin. It's an 8-7 lead for Thomas Moore. Right side, Boyle. Now Pettigo. Pettigo still working. She'll come back up top. Hurst right in the hip pocket. Lee cuts, has it. Lee into the middle. Pritchett left side, 3 on the way. That is no good. Ball batted up and taken in by Martin for Thomas Moore. She works ahead. Will have to spin back out as there are multiple Lady Tigers waiting on her. Nice job to close out on Hurst. And now Barth holds it. She'll come right corner. Turner, open 3. That's going to be short. Long rebound is going to go out of bounds right near the end of the Lady Tiger bench, and they will have it.
Good block out there by Caitlin Wilkes. Good closeout. And team rebound there on the out-of-bounds play. So
6:28 to play in the first quarter. Campbellsville trails by a point, 8-7. Lauren Lee navigates right side. Right at Martin, backs away. The entry to Wilkes is knocked out of bounds by Turner. The help defender Barth was coming. It's a big game for Wilkes. If they're going to double as much as I think they will, her passing may be the difference in this game if she can get it and find open teammates out on the edge. Pettigo picks up her dribble. And now ball deflected, but Pritchett able to grab it. Back to Pettigo out top, 9 to shoot. Pettigo driving in, uses Wilkes as a screen, finds Boyle, 3 on the way, in and out. That one circled the drain.
That's a good look, good look.
8-7, Hurst the other way. Pressured, needs some help. Has Smith, 3 on the way for Smith. No good. Martin inside. Her putback is there. Campbellsville. Wilkes had blocked out, forced the rebounder way out of there, and it left an easy rebound putback opportunity for Rachel Martin, 10-7. Thomas More leads by 3 points. Right side, Pritchett will go right at Smith, uses the Wilkes screen and gets 2 more. Courtney Pritchett having herself a first quarter.
Yeah, being more aggressive on the offensive end. Courtney Pritchett, so much a better player when she's able to do that.
Hurst holds it, now comes near side right in front of us to Barth. Down on the inline, Smith, she'll face up. Driving in, Barth leaves it. Turner kicks. Hurst, long 3 on the way. That is short. It'll go out of bounds, and Campbellsville will have it back.
Yeah, good closeout there. Maddie Boyle on the skip pass was able to get out there, get a hand in front of Hurst's face and a little air ball there. So Campbellsville a chance here to take the lead for the first time this afternoon, Matt.
Elizabeth Bertram into the Lady Tiger lineup, 5'6" sophomore guard from Glasgow, Kentucky. She will give Maddie Boyle a breather. Maggie Jones in for Thomas More, 5'6" junior guard from Penner, Kentucky. Also Kelly Brenner in there, 5'9" junior guard from Cincinnati, Ohio. Pritchett off the right side, spins away, needs some help now, has Pedigo out front. Pedigo looking. Back to Lee, right wing, open. Now she decks it, drives in. Pritchett out front, 2 seconds. Pedigo on the inline, throws up a floater, won't go. Wilkes the rebound, goes back up, off the window, good, and the Lady Tigers lead it.
Yeah, first good job, Caitlin Wilkes, to be in the right position at the right time on that missed shot. Easy putback for her.
11-10, the Lady Tigers by a single point. 4:20 to play here in the first quarter. Smith out front, now Barth drives, she gets the step on Bertram, and an easy layup, and a whistle extremely late. And this will bring us to a media stoppage under 5 here. 4:12 to play in the first quarter. 12-11, Thomas More leads. Zoe Barth at the free throw line. When we get back, you're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Our score here, Thomas More leading Campbellsville. Zoe Barth at the free throw line, Matt Payton and the former Tiger Benji Kelly here with you. And Ginger High Colvin not happy to say the least, Benji, as we got a replay here. I don't know if this is, there's the Pedigo miss and the Wilkes put back. I don't know if they have one of the foul on Barth down inside. Not going to get one right here. And I'll say this, Benji, Ginger High Colvin is getting her money's worth on this one.
And rightfully so. That was a horrible, there was no contact at all. Been more contact down here on this end. That's too big of a call in this game.
So Barth
too
gets
big of a call.
The bonus point there. So keep that one in your back pocket for later on what was the and one that was certainly protested by Campbellsville University. 13-11. Bertram on the wing, thought about it. Heavily pressured here by Jones, who knocks it away. That thing kind of hugged the sideline, Benji, come all the way back down. Jones finds Smith falling down, shot no good. And the other way, and this one, Jeff Hand's going to go ahead and say that was your makeup,
There's your makeup right there. He looked right at us.
Pedigo inside, has it knocked away. We're going to go to the arrow here, a jump ball called, and it will stay with the Lady Tigers. 3:38 to play in the first quarter. I'll tell you this, Benji, I love Jeff Hand.
Oh, I do too. He's a great coach.
I went down and chatted with him for about 5 minutes before the game. I won't miss him and his teams, but he's a good dude. Lauren Lee looking. Still looking, finds Pritchett here. Pritchett will face up, and one dribble, needs some help. This Thomas More defense is suffocating here early. 9 to shoot. Lauren Lee out front. Pritchett leaves it with Pettigo inside. Bailey going to throw up an off-balance shot. No good. Rebound taken in here by Emily Simon. Campbellsville back to the defensive end with Barth leading the Saints. Simon to Barth. Pettigo did a nice job to get off that screen, back out to the shooter. Brenner holds it left side. Inside, Simon gonna go to work, pitches it out. Smith decks it inside, out, open shooter. Barth, 3, short. Rebound to Wilkes, quickly finds Pettigo. Here comes CU. Pettigo angles off right side. Bertram out front. Right side, Pettigo. Skip pass to Pritchett, drives at Simon. Baseline jumper on the way. Good for Courtney Swisher.
Yeah, Courtney's so much more aggressive here the last 3 or 4 games on the offensive end, and she's just able to get in the flow of the game so much quicker. We need that this afternoon from her.
Courtney needed 43 points to get to the 1,000-point club. Let's just go ahead and get all 43 today, young lady.
I'll take it.
Brenner holds it left side. Simon going to drive in, back to Barth. Pritchett has 8 early is why I made that comment. Barth behind the back, in a pickle. What do we got? Jump ball. We'll go to the thumbs. It'll stay with Thomas More. 6 seconds to shoot. Kayla Luby will check in here for Campbellsville, 6'2" junior forward from B, Nebraska. We also see Maddie Nally, 6'2" sophomore forward from Louisville, Kentucky. Wilkes and Bertram will get breathers here. Maggie Jones to trigger it for Thomas More. Tied at 13, 2:11 to play in the period. Jones finds Hurst. Baseline jumper. Courtney Hurst shot too strong. Maddie Nally with a nice rebound working against Jones. Long ahead. Pettigo has Pritchett left side. She'll leave it with Lee. Lee spins and drives. Looks for a cutting Nally. It was deflected by Brenner. Nice hands by Brenner. Jones, far corner left side, skips it right wing, open Hurst. Nally closes out, does just enough to alter the shot. Ball is free. Pritchett claims it near the free throw line. Quickly the other way against Simon. Inside, shot no good. Luby the rebound and the stick back. Give her one more.
And one.
Woo! Kayla Luby a bit under the weather. And she gets a big putback here for Campbellsville. The foul on Thomas More will go against.
Let's go against Brenner.
Luby's free throw on the way. That one pops off on her. 15 to 13. Brenner the other way. Brenner can really shoot it. She's not had quite the same year she had a year ago. Here Brenner shot no good. Ball knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Thomas More. But Brenner's percentage still at 50%. Speaking of shooters, here's one. Sarah Sutton, the 5'10" junior forward from Scottsville, Kentucky. Her last 8 to 10 games.
50%.
About 50% from deep. And it's a pretty high volume. She's averaging over 2 makes a game in that stretch. Maybe closer to 3, honestly. Nally, left side Pritchett, and now Lee. Lee looking, Sutton open, 3 on the way, short, rebound, long, Lee has it, goes back up, no, looking for some help. She went into the corner, nobody there, and with 1:05 remaining in the period, Thomas More can tie it or take the lead.
What a game, Matt. First quarter is exactly what Campbellsville needed. They got behind early up there and had to come back pretty much the whole game, but here we are neck and neck with them.
Left side Hurst. Out top Smith. Couple of dribbles, leaves it with Simon. Thought about it, now wants to drive at Luby. She may have walked there, no call, shot no good. Rebound to Luby, got to be careful as Simon was coming back. Now Pritchett will bring Campbellsville to the front court off the left wing. She'll slow down. About a 13 to 14 second differential here between the shot and game clock, so Campbellsville take the best look they can get. Lee drives in, throws one up. What do we got? Yeah. And they're going to call an offensive foul here on Lauren Lee, and that's 2.
That's 2 on Lee. That's actually a good call. Lauren just kind of floated into the defender there. That's a big foul, number 2 on Lauren. Look to Pettigo to go to the point here. I don't know if she'll play much in the second quarter.
24.2 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Thomas More can hold for the final shot here. Rachel Martin in the logo at midcourt, down to 14 seconds. The twin screens up top. She'll go left side, hands it to Brenner. Hurst flashes. Nice job by Pritchett. They throw it between the legs. A turnover. Nally quickly. Pritchett, 2 seconds, going to let it ride. That's going to be well off the mark as Hurst was doing a really good job there to stay off of Pritchett, but she was right in the hip pocket of Courtney, and she just throws one up that's really nowhere close. Desperation heave there as the buzzer sounds. Campbellsville will take a 2-point advantage here to the second quarter. I'll get the oxygen tank to help myself out as we get ready for the second 10. Campbellsville leads by 2. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network. Your score as we head to the second quarter. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly here with you in the PAL, and quite a list of Lady Tiger royalty in attendance here.
Yes, it is.
I have to get that list from Corbin Harris in a moment, Benji.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
heard Millie Ware, Allison Baker, Julie Jeffries, Madison Faulkner, and Maddie Stewart. There may have been a couple more too.
Yeah, Faulkner, Stewart. Yeah, there were several. We'll go through that list. You know, I missed that game on Thursday. That always hurts me when I'm not on the road. My youngest son had a tonsillectomy, so stayed close to home. To come back and get number 1 versus number 3, it's almost like stealing.
Yeah, it really is.
Get a vacation day there, missed the one in Wilberforce. Kellen's doing great,
That's
so
good.
it was it was good to maybe have a night away, but it's certainly great to be back in this chair, that's for sure. 15-13, the Lady Tigers by 2. They'll start the second quarter with the basketball. Pritchett out front, free throw line, now into the corner. Nally was looking inside. Luby had it raked out of her hands. Here comes Thomas More the other way. Rachel Martin leading the Thomas More offense. Has Hurst working against Sutton and bounces it to Brenner. Simon out front, thought about it. One dribble, backs away from Luby. Martin holds it again, 12 to shoot. Simon rolls in, and we're going to have a foul as they'll get Luby underneath. Maybe a little body there, but that's the frustrating thing here, Benji. I'm not saying that that's not a foul, but when you see the contact on the other end not called, these coaches are going to lose their mind.
You're right. I mean, it's not consistent.
Simon will go to the free throw line for 2 shots. That first one is good. She can tie it up with her second. She's a terrific free throw shooter, almost 89%. One more for Simon, the senior, and that one is good as well. Tied at 15, 9:24 to play in the half. Bailey Pettigo will lead Campbellsville to the offensive end.
Little zone action here for Thomas More.
Pettigo looking, still looking, throws one to Pritchett. Back out, Pettigo has her dribble. Sutton, Hurst swats it, but Pritchett will pick it up. Pritchett looking, and this ball kicked out of bounds by Hurst. Campbellsville not very crisp here against this zone to try to feel their way through it where the point of attack is.
Kick ball out of bounds, shot clock will reset. Absolutely, yeah.
I hate that rule.
I do too.
That's good defense by the Saints. You're penalized for
playing good defense.
Yeah. Nally right side, Sutton open 3 on the way. That one is hard. And the rebound to Barth. Thomas More races ahead quickly. Hurst off the right side, backs away. Hurst drives now against Pettigo. Nice defense by Bailey. And here's Simon on the end line. Luby will back off. Simon will take a 3, and she hits it. The Lady Tigers were going to live with that result.
Yeah.
And credit to Simon for knocking down a big shot. 18-15. I believe this match is the largest lead for Thomas More. Campbellsville's largest advantage may have been 2. Pettigo bounces to Pritchett on the end line. Luby sets the screen. Pritchett stops, needs some help here. Pettigo working left side. Martin defending. Back out top, Sutton, Pritchett. She'll drive, throws one up off the window. Good for Courtney Pritchett. She's got double figures already.
Sorry to say, Pritchett, that's her double-digit point there, 10 of the 17 for Campbellsville.
Simon out front, leaving it here with Rachel Martin. Martin played behind Taylor Close a season ago. Steps into the starting role here as Hurst banks one in from straight away, about 8 feet out. I thought that was going to pop off.
It almost popped out.
Hard.
It was a hard shot, especially in the front there off the backboard, but got the friendly roll.
20-17. Pritchett working in line against Hurst. Spins back. Sutton, Pedigo, Nally. Cutting inside Sutton. Ball is between defenders, and Sutton dives on it. I believe we're going to go to the arrow here, and that should be Thomas More basketball, I believe.
Thomas More, yeah, we got it off the start there of the quarter.
That's right.
No.
20-17, Thomas More gets it back. Bertram, Lee, Wilkes, and Boyle return to the Lady Tiger lineup. They join Courtney Pritchett, so that Thrivent starting 5 back out there. For Thomas More, they have their starting unit on the court as well. 7:15 to play in the first half. Inside, Simon catches on the dribble, working against Pritchett, goes in line, loses her footing in the ball. Campbellsville gets it back.
Yeah, it's way to hold the whistle there. She was already falling down.
They've called less than that already.
They have, so it's a good no call there. They finally got one right, and Campbellsville ball here.
Campbellsville can tie it here with a Edward Jones payout. They've not gotten one of those today.
We've had some looks.
Pritchett looking inside, not there. Lee to Boyle, can't shoot it as Barth closes in. Floater for Maddie Boyle, too strong. Rachel Martin able to grab the rebound as it just climbed over the hands
over and back.
Wilkes, close to an over and back. I don't know if Bertram's leg hit the ball, though. That may have been what saved Thomas More there. Here Barth with Bertram right up in the kitchen. Bertram, oh my goodness gracious.
Unreal.
Bertram called for the foul. Bertram, Bertram, Benji, I thought just knocked that away clean. Barth deep out. I thought she might shoot that. Here's Sammy Whiteman. Whiteman and Caitlin Wilkes are the best of friends. They played together at Trevecca here. Whiteman a 3. That is too strong, and Wilkes is going to be fouled trying to grab the rebound.
Is on Turner?
That will be on Riley Turner. And so Riley Turner's first in the period on Thomas More. Campbellsville gets it back. I mentioned Sammy Whiteman there, 5'6" junior guard from Covington, Ohio. Did you ever play against one of your best friends, Benji? It's kind of an interesting.
Well,
over the top, looking for Wilkes, too strong there. I'll let you get to that in a moment. Here's Lee. Holds it, 2 defenders closing in. Pritchett will drive, left side of the lane. Stops, avoids a defender, back out, Burt, 3, bang! Elizabeth Bertram! Edward Jones payout #1 for CU today comes off the sophomore's fingertips.
Nice setup there by Pritchett to a cutting backwards Bertram.
Into the corner, the answer from Barth is good.
That's big.
Punch, counter punch.
Yep, it is. What a game.
Campbellsville back the other way, trailing by 3. Lee inside, has it poked away, stays with it. Shot won't go, but she'll take a trip to the free throw line here. What a crowd on hand here today.
Great crowd. And we expected. That's why you got so many Lady Tiger alumni back. Tremendous game. They knew that they looked at the schedule as well and saw, okay, this is one I want to be at.
Courtney Hurst picking up that foul call, Benji. Her first, second on Thomas More. Lauren Lee at the line hits the first free throw. She can draw Campbellsville to within 1 here. Second free throw, good for Lauren Lee. .524 to play in the half. Thomas More inside looking for Brenner. They've got her, missed the shot. Wilkes claims the rebound. Nice job by Maddie Boyle. He was in trail mode to get back and disrupt that shot. Boyle the other way, back out top. Bertram straight away, 3 on the way. Bang! Have an afternoon, Bert!
I'm telling you right there, she's feeling it. Loves Loves this type of competition, Elizabeth Bertram.
The all-time leading scorer for the Barron County Trojanettes, Elizabeth Bertram, with a couple of Edward Jones threes for CU in the second quarter. Campbellsville back on top by 2. Left side, Whiteman holds it. Ball fake, decks it, back out Barth. Right side, Turner. Defended here by Wilkes as she sags off. Now Barth straight away. Brenner closed out on by Boyle. A dribble, now Whiteman inside, throws up a shot over Wilkes. No good, rebound to Wilkes. Campbellsville can extend here.
Good defense by the Lady Tigers there.
Let's find Burt. Into the corner, they do. Pettigo will send it to her, and Bertram decks it, drives in. Wilkes inside, back to Lee, inside of the right hand, no good. Wilkes taps it, Lee controls. Boyle, 3 on the way. Bang! Woo! Maddie Boyle with the third Edward Jones make of the period, and the Lady Tigers up by 5. The PAL is rocking.
It is rocking this afternoon.
Barth inside, gets the shot up, and it rattles around and through. You're not going to, I said the word rattle, it made me think, you're not going to rattle this Thomas More bunch.
No.
They've seen it all and done it all.
And that's just a sign of a well-disciplined, well-coached ball club. You're exactly right.
Lee backs away. Barth pressures. Lee may have gotten hit there, and Barth going to pick up the foul. Barth will protest. And really, Benji, I don't know that Lee was going to get that call initially, but she kind of reached up almost to grab her head, it appeared, and the whistle sounded. This brings us to immediate stoppage with 3:39 to play in the half. Campbellsville, a 3-point advantage, 28-25, thanks in large part to Edward Jones and company. 3 made threes here in this second quarter. Burt with 2, Boyle with 1. We'll step away. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How is it good?
Campbellsville by 3, 28-25 your score with 3:39 to play in the second quarter. Matt Payton and the Hall of Famer Benji Kelly here with you for this Mid-South Conference doubleheader today. Brent Vernon and company coming up at the conclusion of our women's game. All eyes in the NAI on this one here on the women's side today. The Lady Tigers trying to keep pace with Thomas More in the Mid-South Conference, and Elizabeth Bertram doing her part, Benji Kelly.
Yeah, 2 Edward Jones 3, then you had Boyle hitting 1. Campbellsville 11 of 23 for 47%, 3 of 8 from downtown this afternoon.
Lauren Lee out front, little zone look here defensively again for the Saints. They bounce it to Bertram. Bertram works down in the end line, needs some help. There's a double team there, has Pettigo, skips it. Right side, Boyle, quick release, 3. That one's just off the mark. Pettigo the rebound, out to Lee. Lee on the dribble. Now Pettigo in the corner, works in line. On around, here's Bertram, right wing triple, that's hard, and the rebound taken in by Maggie Jones.
Yeah, 2 good looks there for the Lady Tigers.
Jones leaves it back with Brenner. Trailer is Barth. Pettigo just close enough to keep Barth from shooting that. Here is Jones on the dribble. Now takes the 3. That is hard. Rebound right to Lauren Lee. She sprints ahead. Has Boyle, but no passing lane. Now Lee leaves it with Wilkes on the left block. She gets the bucket. Lauren Lee the bounce.
What a pass by Lauren Lee there. Great job by Wilkes to get down the court and get in position.
There's some young ladies that know a few things about assists in the building with Lauren Lee and Leanne Grider, and of course their head coach Ginger High Colvin was also a terrific point guard here for the Lady Tigers. Missed shot the other way, Campbellsville has it. Lee inside, Pettigo, jumper off the end line, good for BP.
Yeah, a little mid-range jumper, BP, so really good at that, but Campbellsville, the last 2 possessions, Matt, off the defensive rebound, got out in transition quick and got some easy buckets there.
32-25, largest lead of the game either way is 7 points for Campbellsville at the moment. Brenner, pull up Jay off the elbow, strong. Pettigo has it knocked away by Whiteman, and she's going to pick up the foul call as Whiteman came across and knocked it free.
Good block out there. That, like I said this week in practice, they focused a lot on defensive rebounding and keeping them off the boards. And that time, Pedigo was able to get the foul call. Campbellsville here, 2 minutes to go in the bonus. The rest of this second quarter.
32-25, 2:03 to play. Campbellsville leads. They've got the basketball back. They send Maddie Nally back into the lineup. I believe that was the only change there. Benji and Lauren Lee with those 2 fouls. Ginger High Colvin going to protect her a bit. Right side, Pedigo orchestrates the offense. Looking nowhere to go with it. Jones all over. Now Bertram picks it up. Bertram back out top, Nally. Pritchett at the elbow. Wants Wilkes. Nice job to take her away. Now Nally cuts the end line.
Yes.
Pritchett finds her. Maddie Nally gets the finish.
Nice backdoor cut, Maddie Nally. Courtney Pritchett with the dime there.
9 points. The Lady Tigers lead here. Almost double figures. 34-25. Barth on that left wing. Smith will deck it, go right at Wilkes. Pedigo stands her ground, and it's going to be an offensive foul.
Yeah. Way to go, Betty Pedigo. Right there, and Smith come up a little gimpy there. I think they may have hit knees.
Smith's first, 5 on Thomas Moore. Campbellsville gets it back, 34-25. Benji, it's been a bit since the Saints have tallied a bucket, it feels like here. They got their 25th point on a Zoe Barth layup at 4:06, so closing in on 3 minutes here. 34-25, Campbellsville back to work, long pass left side to Bertram. She'll drive on the inline. Wilkes shields off the defender. Burt shot no good. Wilkes the rebound. She's fouled.
Way to stay with it there, Caitlin Wilkes. Get that rebound.
It's going to be 2 on Barth, and Wilkes will go to the nail.
Caitlin Wilkes going to the free throw line here. You know, they're really doing some double teaming, as you said, Matt. Where she's going to be able to excel is what she's doing, getting those offensive boards, those easy putbacks.
We are having some issues with our scoreboard on our video broadcast here, so we'll continue to work on that. 34-25 your score, 1:01 to play in the period. Wilkes misses the first free throw. Transfer from Trevecca Nazarene. We'll have one more. This one on the way, and the Lady Tigers lead it by double figures here.
Boy, it'd be nice to keep it at double figures here, Matt. Get another stop here.
Maggie Jones hands it to Hurst, and we've got a whistle away from the basketball. The clock never started. It's still on 1:01. I wonder, I know we're having issues with our scoreboard, and our system runs directly off the scoreboard here. I don't know if there's an issue with the scoreboard unit itself. 6. So they're going to run this down to about 55 seconds. Coach Hams looked up, he said, wait a minute, you're running the game clock. And he was unaware that they were actually running off both. The game clock nor the shot clock had never started there. Maggie Jones hands it to Hurst. Now Simon bounces to Barth. Nally closes out quickly. Barth going to drive left side. And Hurst wide open 3 on the way. No good. Rebound Simon. She misses the putback. Nally the board. Has it knocked away by Simon. Barth feeds her across the lane. Excuse me, that was Hurst that found Simon. Nally just couldn't quite get it to her teammate. Heads up play by Emily Simon to create the mess.
Matt, pretty much shot clock's about a half second off, so Campbellsville a chance here for a last second shot.
Right side, Bertram open, 3 on the way. That is no good. Nally, the rebound. Now the shot clock is off. Bertram throws up an off-balance shot. It's knocked out of bounds. Ooh, 2 Saints in there. They're going to say last touch by Pritchett with 7.5 to play.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. I don't know if I would have taken a shot that quick, because now you're giving them 7.5 here to come down and get this thing to, 6-5 at best.
Barth the other way. 4 seconds, going to work inside. Driving against Nally, throws one up over the top of Maddie Nally, and that's just big offense by Zoe Barth. Maddie Nally has her by 4 or 5 inches, and Barth able to step back, throw one up a bit off balance, and kiss it in off the window. And that is where the first half will come to a close. The Lady Tigers with the 6-point advantage, 35-29. We'll step away, take a timeout, come back, and look at the numbers. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
I tell my son, I love you every single day.
I love you.
Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious moment.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter which you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
The black truck? Hey, Christina from accounting.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, I used to date a girl named Christina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then she dumped me for my best friend. You want to see some photos of them that I took?
I don't.
I thought we talked about this, buddy.
Buzzed and overshared again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna call a car.
That's a smart idea.
So yeah, I know, that's why I did it.
Hey, you're gonna get back to the top of the mountain.
Does that mean I'm gonna get back with Christina?
No.
Oh.
No.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
(35-29) your score here at halftime. The Lady Tigers, the third-ranked Lady Tigers, leading number 1 Thomas More by 6 points in what was an entertaining first half, to say the least. Benji Kelly, we look at some of the numbers here. Campbellsville, 45% from the field. They were 14 of 31, 27% from deep, 3 of 11. Each team, 3 of 11 from long range, 66% at the line, 4 of 6 for Thomas More, 40% from the field, 11 of 27. As I mentioned, 3 of 11 from deep and 4 of 5 at the free throw line. So pretty close, really. The difference here, Benji, look at that, 3 extra field goals for Campbellsville University. Same number of three-point makes, same number of free throw makes, and the Lady Tigers with 3 extra field goals in there in the first half. A game-high 10 for Courtney Pritchett, 5 of 7 shooting, 2 boards, 2 assists. Campbellsville got 6 from Elizabeth Bertram off a pair of made Edward Jones threes. The Lady Tigers get 5 each from Lauren Lee and Caitlin Wilkes. Wilkes with 5 rebounds. Lee had 4 boards, 4 dimes in the first frame. And the rest of the scoring for Campbellsville, Maddie Boyle with an Edward Jones three-point make in there. 2 points for Bailey Pettigo. Maddie Nally off the bench with 2, and Kayla Luby had 2 points there in the first half for the Lady Tigers, who I felt like offensively, Benji, even though some of the looks didn't go down, I felt like they were really good executing against a very, very good defense.
Well, they're switching everything on that man-to-man defense, and for Campbellsville to be able to get the looks that they did and how they did it, Courtney Pritchett being aggressive on the offensive end, penetrating, and that frees up so many opportunities. She can dish it, she can score it, or the kickback that we saw one time to Bertram. So Campbellsville playing extremely well, and you know, so is Thomas More. It's a heck of a ball game. The difference I feel right now is we've been able to get some transition buckets, and that's why we've been able to build our 6-point lead. You've seen Lauren off the rebound, penetrate, kick it to Wilkes. She was able to get her own layup as well. And what about these rebounding numbers? 20 to 10, so we've doubled them up on the rebound, and that is something that she stressed all week long. Keep them off the boards, and we're doing that.
And up there at Thomas More, it was a 35-29 advantage in favor of the Saints, and Emily Simon had a big performance rebounding. She had 11 here today in the first half. Simon with 3 rebounds, so that's something that, as Benji mentioned, kind of keep up with throughout the ball game. But Zoe Barth matches Courtney Pritchett, the game-high 10 points. Barth with an amazing finish down there at the end of the first half, 4 of 5 shooting for her 2 rebounds there, and they get 7 each from Courtney Hurst and Emily Simon. Hurst had 7 quick ones. It felt like Hurst did most of her stuff early there. Didn't get much done late in the first half, but of course, when you've got, I think she's their all-time leading 3-point shooter,
yes.
So it doesn't take many shots or much room for Hurst to get rolling. Simon again, 7 and 3 boards. They got 3 from Rachel Martin, 3 rebounds, 2 points for Riley Turner, and that actually rounds out the scoring for Thomas More. Benji, 9 players play, 4 off the bench. None of the bench players score. Alex Smith, Kelly Brenner, Maggie Jones, and Sammy Whiteman, so something to monitor there. That's one thing that Campbellsville all season long. They only have 2 players at the moment in double figures season average. One of them is Elizabeth Bertram, who does come off the bench. So something we'll keep up with as we move throughout the ball game here today. Rebounding, we touched on briefly there, 20-10 in favor of Campbellsville University, and that's a big discrepancy. But oftentimes you look at the field goal percentage, defensive rebounds, and what have you, but the offensive rebounds, 8-2. That's where Campbellsville has the extra shot attempts in the first half. It's not turnovers. It's off of those extra rebounds on the offensive end, and you look, second chance points, 11 for Campbellsville University.
Yeah, 11-4. I mean, that's once again, that's another reason, the difference there. So, you know, Campbellsville executing on all facets on the offensive end, doing it, offensive rebounds in transition and some wide open looks and knocking down those shots at a critical time. On the defensive end, not giving up those extra opportunities, and that's huge because little things like that, if you can continue to execute that way, it'll allow you to continue to extend that lead. And Campbellsville playing really well, but you know Thomas More, they're going to make a run. They're the number 1 team. You know, they're going to make a run, so Campbellsville's got to be ready for that and make their own run to kind of counter it.
You know what they say, Clark and I went to the wrestling in Lexington this week.
Oh, did you?
To be the man, you got to beat the man.
You got to beat the man,
now,
that's
Thomas
right.
More is most certainly
the
man. The Lady Tigers finishing 7 assists, 1 steal, 4 turnovers. For Thomas More, 2 assists, 2 steals, 3 turnovers. Both of these teams take extremely good care of the basketball. Any turnovers almost bonus. The Lady Tigers and Thomas More both in the top 5 in the NAI in turnovers, so you're going to see good, crisp ball handling, and they're going to take care of it.
It's great basketball. It really is. It's fun to watch. So only 7 turnovers in that first half, both teams combined. So it's just a recipe for some really, really good basketball.
Enhanced scoring quickly before we take an extended timeout here in the paint. Campbellsville an 18-14 advantage, 1-0 off turnovers in favor of the Lady Tigers, which again, there haven't been many second chances. We mentioned 11-4 in favor of CU, and bench points 10-0 in favor of the Lady Tigers. The score was tied 6 times. The lead changed hands 5 times. Thomas Moore's largest advantage was 3 points for Campbellsville. 10 points. Thomas More chipped away at that a couple of buckets late there in the first half to get it down to 6. And that's where we stand here at halftime. We'll step away, take an extended timeout, come back and bring you second half action. The Lady Tigers lead it here at the mid-game break. Your score 35-29. You're following Lady Tiger basketball on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's all good if you think you should check in. Yeah, you should. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
As a dad, every day is a challenge. To make sure that the time that I have, I spend with them. It doesn't matter how tired you are, you have to try and to teach them. When they learn something new, and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Intermission, the Lady Tigers and Thomas More Saints back out on the court. Campbellsville with that 6-point lead.
And the ball to start here the second half, so that's good.
One thing I want to mention while we get a chance is the Tiger pep band on that far side peps up. We do want to send out a get well wish to both Sheldon Dawson and Zach Wilson. They were on the road on Thursday night in Wilberforce, Ohio, and unfortunately they were not feeling well, under the weather. Not here today. Sheldon typically is the guy you see on stats. Josh Spencer filling in for him today, and Zach Wilson heads up our athletics broadcast productions for WLCU Studios and the CU Sports Network. Jordan Annell and CJ Burgess, Alex Mead, Colin Sheffield, all of those guys helping out, picking up some slack as this pass to start the basket second half here knocked away. Lee had to retreat all the way down to the end line to pick it up. Double team facing her out front. Now Pettigo grabs it right side on the wing. Pritchett skips left side. Long two by Boyle is no good. It looked like Turner may have gotten a hand on that.
I think there was a little
close.
deflection on that. The rotation kind of got a little different.
Hurst inside, back out to Simon.
Good defense by Pettigo there.
Barth to Martin. Martin, the entry. Simon going to go to work against Pritchett. Now leaves it back out with Barth, 10 to shoot. 40 seconds gone by in the third quarter. Nice little behind the back. Barth shovels one up, no good. Nice job by Wilkes to fly in there and alter the shot attempt. Lee the other way. Right side, Pettigo works the inline. Pettigo goes up between two defenders and gets the lay-in. Actually, three defenders there.
Good.
Did Thomas Moore think she was going to pass that?
I think so.
Because it looked like Martin and Simon both stopped. 37-29. 8-point Campbellsville advantage. Left side, Turner on the bounce, working against Wilkes. Now goes to Barth off the right side. Opposite the screen, Barth mishandles it, but able to stay with it. Needs some help. Skips it, two to shoot. Rachel Martin a long two on the way is good. Rachel Martin cool and calm, collected there.
I tell you what, we've seen both teams use the shot clock a couple of times and made those key buckets. That's signs of two good teams.
Pettigo out front to Lee. Inside, Wilkes catches. She's fouled, no call, gets her own miss, and one for Wilkes on the putback.
Way to stay with it there, Caitlin Wilkes. Fouled on the first one, didn't get it. Got fouled on the second one.
Ooh, that's a big one now.
That's a big one on Barth there.
Woo. Yeah, I thought Hurst got her on the way up initially, and you can tell we've seen enough of Caitlin Wilkes. That ball came out just flat, almost right at the backboard, and that is not her shot.
Big free throw here by Caitlin Wilkes. She's 60% free throw shooter on the year.
This one is hard. You could tell when it left her hand, but not on that one. Kissed right off the back of the iron and popped off deep. 39-31. Just over 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. I believe we've got our scoreboard issues corrected for the time being. Hurst to Martin out front. Thought about it. Decks it. Picked up here, and the help defender Pettigo reaches in. Now Turner open as they pitch it back out. No good. A couple of Lady Tigers nice blockouts, but nobody there to grab it. And the putback for Zoe Barth. Barth, one of those, Benji, she will just find herself in the right place. Back door looking for Lee over the top. She is fouled by Simon.
There we go. Nice little play there off the top. A lob. Simon, is that her third as well? Or second?
It's two on Simon, according to what I've got.
Yeah.
But now that doesn't mean much most of the time. Free throw here by Lee is short. And so you've got the Thomas More team, one of the best in the country at the free throw line. Campbellsville, you don't want to give them any opportunities to make up ground at the stripe. Lee gets one of two, 40-33 your score. Campbellsville by 7. Rachel Martin with the basketball here, less than 7.5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Barth on the handoff, now Hurst out front. Back to Barth, gets a little room, three on the way. Short, long board is tapped by Lee, but controlled by Simon. Hands it to Hurst. Courtney Hurst on the dribble, behind the back. Left side, Barth. Barth going to work in against Pettigo, steps through and falls down on Pettigo there. I was holding my breath. They wouldn't call a foul on B as she was on the ground. Shot good for Barth. She's having a whale of a ball game. Pritchett to Boyle. 5-point Campbellsville advantage. Left side Lee into the corner. Pritchett driving. Gets a little path to the rim. Shot no good there as the help defender Turner.
Yeah, I think Pritchett was expecting some contact, and it wasn't there.
Martin picks up her dribble, has Barth Cutting is Simon. She's blocked up top, but Pritchett closed in a bit too strong there. That'll be the first on Courtney Pritchett, first on the Lady Tigers, and it will send Emily Simon to the free throw line. Thomas More can trim the halftime deficit in half with 2 made free throws here. 6:25 to play in the quarter. Simon, nearly 90% on the year, misses that one.
That's a bonus point
right
there.
That is a bonus point for Campbellsville. See if she can hit this second one. And that one is good. 40-36 the score. Pritchett pitches it in here to Pettigo, and it was stolen. And now an easy bucket as Martin somehow came out of there with that. Lee got caught up on Turner, and the full court pressure for Thomas More leads to a takeaway. Pritchett back to Lee. Right side, Pettigo drives in. She's bumped, no call on the foul. And ball gets batted around. Hurst takes it, and she'll shovel it over to Simon as she was falling down. Barth inside, and we are tied just like that, Benji Kelly.
Yeah, doing it on defense. Campbellsville missing opportunities here.
And Ginger High Colvin wants a timeout. This will become a media stoppage, so we will step away here with 5:49 to play in the third quarter. Thomas More and Campbellsville tied up 40 each way. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's all good if you think you should check in. Yeah, you should. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
Tied at 40, 5:49 to play in the third quarter. Matt Payton, Benji Kelly at the Powell Athletic Center in Campbellsville, Kentucky. Donna Wise Court, the head coach, the Hall of Famer. She's in the building today with several former Lady Tigers. Benji, a packed house here in the Powell.
Great crowd, great crowd.
I was a bit worried about this one being on the Saturday, but several students have stayed around, and we get a large contingent of the community. Great support here as 2 of the best teams in the country squaring off. Again, number 1, Thomas More, number 3, Campbellsville University. The Lady Tigers back in action on Thursday. Most of the Mid-South Conference schools are off Thursday, but they'll take the road trip to Pikeville. I'll be at the Expo Center there in Eastern Kentucky for that one. 2 really good teams take the court there on Thursday evening. Maddie Boyle lobs it in to Lauren Lee, facing a double team here at midcourt. Lee to Boyle left side. Now Pritchett. Lee again right side. Bertram. Inside Wilkes is open. They get it to her. Skips it. Boyle. Now Bertram. Working against Simon. Entry to Wilkes. Mishandles it. Gonna have to go up quickly. Does, and it's good for Caitlin Wilkes.
Yeah, way to stay with it, Caitlin. That was close to 3 second
that's what
call.
Coach Hands is arguing, and I get it.
I get it.
It was real close. If they would have called it, I couldn't have said anything.
No, you're exactly right.
42-40. 5:15. Barth going to drive again, and Zoe Barth is a one-lady show right now.
She is right now. She's pretty much having herself at will. She can do whatever she wants to on the offensive end.
Lee needs some help. Bertram flashes there, and right back to Lauren Lee. Again, 2 defenders there. They hit ahead to Pritchett, and now Pritchett will leave it with Boyle on the left wing. Boyle the entry. Wilkes quickly to work. Little contact there. Ball knocked away, and Simon picks it up.
Wow.
Barth across midcourt. Simon out front, holds it. Bertram will defend Barth inside. They've got Hurst. Hurst working against Boyle, and a nice job by Maddie Boyle to hang out close enough, force the missed shot. Here comes Lauren Lee and Campbellsville. Campbellsville quickly ahead. Lee against Hurst, and one for Lauren Lee!
Yeah, great job, Lauren Lee. Be aggressive. The paint opened up there, and she took advantage of it. Chance to go to the free throw line here. That's 2 on Hurst.
The key right now, Benji, is Campbellsville got that stop, and it did not allow Thomas More to set up the defense, and you can see how quickly they get back down the floor and get into their offense. The Lady Tigers here will be at the free throw line. It'll be Lauren Lee with a chance to add one. Campbellsville leads by 2, 44-42, 4:25 to play in the third. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm going to take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Lady Tigers lead at 44-42 with 4:25 to go in the third quarter. Matt Payton, Benji Kelly, courtside at the POW with you today. Lauren Lee with an and one opportunity coming up here. Benji, she gets that finish at the rim working against Hurst, and we have seen this throughout her career. Her body control and ability to play through contact, the upper body strength of Lauren Lee is something to behold.
It's rare, and she is just, you can just tell that early on in her career wasn't quite as aggressive doing that, but as of late, she just continues to thrive and do that. And it's not like she does it every possession. She does it when the defense allows her to get in there, and she just takes full advantage of it.
Two heavyweights slugging it out here today at the POW. Lee hits the free throw. It's a three-point Lady Tiger advantage with 4:25 to go. Thomas More knocked off Lindsey Wilson Thursday. The Lady Tigers were on the road defeating Wilberforce to set up this matchup. Barth going to drive in, cut off. Has Smith on the end line. Back to the top, Smith comes. Barth working against Bertram. Bertram giving her fits. Barth inside, help defender, pokes it free, and it's a turnover. The Lady Tigers the other way.
Good job by Wilkes coming in there and poking it free.
Pritchett, ooh, she thought about that one. Right side, Boyle catches. Uses the screen from Bertram, now goes back to the baseline, kicks it left side, out top, Lee. Couple of dribbles in the middle, throws up a floater off the back of the iron, no good. Ball batted around, a couple of players, well, Lee went down. Ball goes out of bounds, it'll go to Thomas More.
I think Lauren got in there and tipped it away.
Wilkes I don't know if Wilkes was gonna grab that rebound. It looked a little funny.
It did.
Either way, Thomas More basketball, they come up with a stop. Less than 3.5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Twin screens out top. She'll go right side, goes Barth. Barth gonna skip it now to the corner. Maggie Jones, she'll drive in line. A little short jumper, no good. Oh, Wilkes is knocked down from behind, and my goodness. They're gonna call, they're gonna say ball was last touched by Caitlin Wilkes.
How?
Wilkes, that's insult to injury.
It is that.
Took the tough spill. Wilkes wasn't feeling great either. She said she was looking forward to getting started. She and Luby were both a bit under the weather. We've not seen much of Luby here in the second half. In fact, we've not seen her at all. Here's Smith, a deep three, no good. And Brenner taps it away, and they're going to get Brenner on the.
That's a good call. I think she was clear up top, but I think she had a hand on the back.
That's the only thing you could have called, because up top, Brenner just longer than Boyle. Yeah. Sarah Sutton will check in. Be a nice time for her to get going. Campbellsville leads by 3 with 3:10 to play. Third quarter. Lauren Lee, the basketball. Jones and Brenner await near midcourt. Into the middle, Pritchett quickly. Here's Bertram off the right wing, won't shoot it. Pritchett again, she'll work off the Bertram screen. Lee out top, bluffs the shot, now into the corner, Sutton. Here's Pritchett straight away, inside, looking for Wilkes, and a bit too strong.
It's all right.
It's a rarity that Courtney Pritchett makes that pass too strong like that. You typically, she's on the money most of the time.
Yeah, it's the right look. It was right there, and no arguments from the coaching staff on that. I guarantee the next time that plays there, she'll get it right on the dime.
Change for Thomas More as they send. Was it Hurst coming back in there? She may have said, or Simon. One of those two, I believe, came back in.
Yeah, Hurst came in for Barth.
Hurst pitches it out. Simon open. She hit a three earlier. Misses that one. Courtney Pritchett, the rebound. Campbellsville leads by 3, looking for more. Trailer here is Wilkes. Now Lee shovels it to Bertram off the screen. Bertram working against Hurst shovels one up, no good. Wilkes, the rebound, goes back up off the window, good for Kit Kat.
Yeah, that's the 4th time she's been able to get an offensive board and a putback. Those are key buckets for this Lady Tiger team.
Lady Tigers up by 5 here, 47-42. Smith with Pritchett defending. Hurst between the circles, leaves it back out for Brenner. Brenner looking, has Simon at the elbow, faces up, rips through, goes at Wilkes. Wilkes blocks it, but we're going to have a foul called
on the floor.
Caitlin on the floor here.
Or a hand check there by Caitlin Wilkes.
First on Wilkes, second on the Lady Tigers. 47-42, Campbellsville leads it. Pritchett and Wilkes check out. Campbellsville sends Pedigo and Luby back into the lineup here. Jones to inbound. Still looking. Finally gets Brenner on the far side. Bounces to Simon. Now Hurst holds it. Smith working against Bertram. Inside, throws one up over Luby. Too strong. Simon claims the offensive rebound. Works around Lee. Has Jones, open three for Maggie Jones, around and out. Lauren Lee corrals it. She has it for Campbellsville. Lee runs into her own teammates there. Kind of a quagmire. Left side, Sutton, three, no good. Long rebound to Brenner. Sutton has been all over it.
This place was waiting to erupt.
Yeah.
A Sarah Sutton three.
Right side, Simon. One dribble now again. Leaves it with Hurst. Simon wide open. Three on the way. Left it short. Rebound. Well, I'll be. Alex Smith was there. Lee and Pedigo ran square into one another, and Smith with an easy rebound and putback. Friendly fire, so to speak. Lee inside, spins, needs help. Sutton, three left side. Bang! Sarah Sutton! And Edward Jones payout for the Lady Tigers.
And that's all set up by Lauren Lee with the penetration and the kickback.
Collapse of the defense on the drive. Sarah Sutton found herself open off the left wing. Jones can't grab it, turns it over. Bertram to the offensive end. Right block, right hand, two more.
Get back on defense, Lady Tigers. Elizabeth Bertram, nice steal there with an easy layup.
52-44. Jones working against Lee on the dribble. Inside, Bertram ties it up. We'll go to the double thumbs.
It stays with.
And that's okay with 11.2.
Absolutely.
The Lady Tigers will get the fourth quarter arrow. So instead of Thomas More having the ball to start the fourth quarter with the full allotment of time, they've got just 11 seconds. How about Elizabeth Bertram?
Yeah.
I'll beat a dead horse every now and then. Her maturation, and
that's
not
huge.
Even on the offensive end, but on the defensive end here this season has just been phenomenal. She'll come over and draw the tough task of Zoe Barth here, this final 11.2. They lob it in to Hurst, and the Lady Tigers get caught up. They dodge a bullet. Hurst missed, and they've got 7 seconds to work here. Pritchett drives ahead midcourt, gonna have to throw it up. Three on the way, no good. She had to, again, that's second time tonight that Pritchett's had it, and Hurst is not giving the Lady Tigers a good look to close out a quarter, so credit Courtney Hurst for her awareness. Campbellsville will, however, take an 8-point advantage to the fourth quarter. They lead it 52-44. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
This is fun.
52-44. It's fun, as
Benji
Kelly said there. The Lady
I
Tigers.
haven't even looked at the stat thing in front of us.
Who cares? Look at that. Well, you got two numbers you need to worry about right now. That turnover out top late in that third quarter. Smith wanted to get it to her teammate Jones, and I'm not sure if Smith kind of changed her mind or if what happened there. Misplayed. Bertram took it away and laid it in on the other side of the floor. And the Lady Tigers have the 8-point advantage and the basketball. You mentioned during that timeout, Benji, it was a 6-point lead at halftime. They withstood Thomas Moore's run where they tied it at 40 apiece. And then they went on a run of their own to close out the first half, or the third quarter, 12-4, and back to an 8-point advantage.
Yeah, so, the net there is we gained 2. Once again, Thomas More, they're going to make another run here. They're too good of a team not to. Campbellsville, doing it on both ends of the court right now.
Punch, counter punch through
30
30 minutes. The Lady Tigers with an 8-point advantage. Lee with the basketball will work in. Has Wilkes, baseline Jay, too strong. Rebound to Barth. A couple of Lady Tiger defenders there, but she's able to get rid of it to Jones. Hurst, trailer Barth. Now Brenner. Brenner leaves it with Jones out front. Barth again on the wing. 30 seconds gone by in the fourth quarter. Inside, Turner going to be called here. Actually going to have a foul called. I thought maybe Turner took off a bit too early on the catch, but they're going to get Wilkes on a push. 2 on Wilkes. First on the Lady Tigers. Turner at the free throw line as if that was a shot. The push happened on the floor.
Yeah.
Now Turner did roll through and try, but that's on the floor. And they're going to give, that's pretty rough. Okay, yeah, there we go. She was not, at the point of the shot, she rolled through and took an extra step or two. Which I know there's some continuation, but that would be awfully generous. Turner's 73% on the season at the free throw line. 13 on the shot clock, and they'll say that it is, they should put some time back up on the shot clock. It'll go to 20. And it will indeed be a baseline out of bounds opportunity underneath for the Saints. Maggie Jones to trigger it. She'll pitch it in long to Turner. Left side, Barth has it. And we've got a screen, a foul away. And how big is that, Benji Kelly?
That's
the debate
huge.
was this a free throw opportunity? Now you get an offensive foul, a moving screen on Maggie Jones. So what could have been 2 free throw tosses instead turns into an offensive foul and a turnover on Thomas More. And Coach Jeff Hands unhappy, as one would imagine.
Both coaches working these officials extremely well. They're both really good at it.
52-44. Bertram over the top. Wilkes just couldn't grab it. And that'll be a turnover on the Lady Tigers, so they'll give it right back. Maggie Jones, Kelly Brenner check out, Emily Simon and Rachel Martin back in. For Campbellsville, you've got Lee, Bertram, Sutton, Pritchett, and Wilkes. Martin bounces to Simon, gets it right back on the handoff, working inside. Now out top, Turner for 3. That is no good. Wilkes knocks it away from Simon. Actually, that's Martin underneath. But they're going to say last touched by the Lady Tiger post. A minute. There's, we're waiting on a stoppage there. The horn, finally they sound the horn to signify that Campbellsville wanted a substitution. Sutton will check out. Had to go back in. Martin to inbound. Looking, couple of screens. Hurst comes through. Barth flashes and gets the bucket. That's a nice job. They used Barth as a screener twice, then she rolled. Campbellsville just a step late. 52-46. Lauren Lee, the basketball. 6-point Campbellsville advantage. She gets the step inside. Pedigo, jumper on the way. That's going to be just off to the left. Wilkes tries to chase it down. And the ball last touched by Campbellsville. Thomas More will get it back.
Last couple of possessions here for this Lady Tiger team have not gotten a decent look that they needed. Turnover. You got to credit Thomas More for their defense there. They've kind of locked in here this last start of the fourth quarter.
Simon looking for Martin. They're going to call Pedigo on a hold as Martin was trying to get through off that screen. That'll be the second on Bailey Pedigo. Second on the Lady Tigers in the period. Number 1, Thomas More trailing number 3, Campbellsville by 6 points. Martin in the middle. Now Simon will work in line. Cut off. Martin to Hurst. Left side, this is Zoe Barth. Simon straight away, works right side in the middle, lost the handle. Lauren Lee is knocked to the ground as she's falling down, gets it to Pritchett. Pritchett defended here by Simon, drives in, needs some help. Lee straight away, works right side, defenders there, throws up a shot. I don't know how that's not a foul. Pettigo tries to pitch it in and save it, but Simon controls. Long ahead, they have Hurst. She'll work into the middle. Feeds one back. Open shooter is Martin. Pettigo closes out. Shot is short. Pritchett able to throw the lasso around that rebound. Campbellsville will slow it down a bit.
Yeah, I need a little breather here.
You or me or what?
Everybody. Campbellsville yet to score here in this fourth quarter.
Pettigo between the circles. Left side, Bertram works off the Wilkes screen. Shovels it here to Pritchett. Pritchett works free in the middle. Out. Bertram, three on the way. Bang! Elizabeth Bertram with a trifecta today.
Wow, what a big-time shot right there.
55-46, less than 7 to play. Campbellsville by 9. Their largest lead, Benji, still just 10, right?
10 points.
Simon, left side, Martin holds it, working now against Lee. The entry, Simon, back to the basket against Pritchett, shovels one up, no good. She'll go to the free throw line as Courtney Pritchett will be nabbed for her second foul today.
Wow.
55-46, Simon can draw Thomas More a bit closer here with the clock stopped. Emily Simon, terrific free throw shooter. This one is good. $55-47 the count. One more coming the way of the transfer from Charleston University. This one is good as well. For the first time today, we'll see Madison Vickers, 5'8" junior guard from Covington, Kentucky. Played at Simon Kenton High School with former Lady Tiger Shelby Harmeyer. Harmeyer transferred to, I believe, West Virginia State. Benji,
yes.
Is that right? Campbellsville with it, right side. Pritchett open, three on the way. That is short. It was online, just a bit short. Bertram going to be called for the foul. She reaches in here on Barth, and I think Ginger High Colvin wanted a foul, and were they boxing out Wilkes right there?
They were boxing out Wilkes. You had two of them.
And Campbellsville will get it back. Or excuse me, Thomas More will get it back. 55-48, 7-point Lady Tiger advantage after the Emily Simon free throws. If you're Campbellsville, you'd love to keep Thomas More at bay here.
Yeah, you would.
4 to 5 points always. Hurst lost the handle a bit. She's able to stay with it. Off the screen, now right side, Martin holds it. Vickers will come up. Another screen there. Vickers rolls, nowhere to go with the basketball, however. Martin leaves it with Smith. Hurst works off the screen. Jumper in the middle of the lane, too strong. Rebound taken in by Pettigo. Nice job inside by the Lady Tigers. Pettigo finds Pritchett, and Pritchett will come ahead with it. Campbellsville will set it up in the half court. Bertram, left side of the lane, drives in, throws one up. She's bumped and fouled here. And Bertram had one that was nothing but the bull at the red cape right there. The red cape was the backboard.
I'm getting to that rim,
she was getting to the rim.
You know, you're not going to do anything to stop me. Wow.
There was not a lot of outcomes right there. The only one that was for sure was Elizabeth Bertram was going to do something down inside. Simon going to check back in, waiting to see. That foul was on Madison Vickers, who will check out. 2 on Thomas More as a team, and Elizabeth Bertram at the line here with a chance to draw Campbellsville a bit closer. It was funny, we looked up and Ginger High Colvin was even laughing kind of at Bert there. Bertram has it, the southpaw, with 2 looks here. Free throw on the way. Oh boy, Bertram will back away.
I'd back away too on a shot like that.
Maybe untie a shoe and restring it.
Yeah.
And the second one is off.
We need those.
Empty trip for the Lady Tigers. And I am surprised Hurst didn't shoot that. As good as she is, she had some room. Barth going to work in the middle. Now Hurst, maybe a better shot. 3 on the way, around and out, no good. Maddie Nally, a big rebound for the Lady Tigers.
Huge rebound, Maddie Nally there.
Nally back in as Pritchett getting a breather. Left side, Pettigo. Out front, Lee. Lee into the middle. Right hand off the window. Beautiful for Lauren Lee.
Yeah, great body control by Lauren Lee there.
Back to a 9-point Campbellsville advantage, 57-48. Jones off the screen, backs away into the middle. 5 minutes to play here. Left side, Simon holds it. Jones working left side of the lane against Lee. Now Smith. She'll deck it, drive in. Inline, Simon goes reverse.
Block.
Was that blocked by Nally? Nally got a hand on it. Nally going to try to keep it free. We'll go back to the arrow here, and that will stay with Thomas More, I believe. Maddie Boyle going to check in for CU. And this will bring us to a stoppage.
Should the shot clock reset there?
On the block, it should not have. And
okay, it's actually she had possession.
20, so on the tie ball, and where Thomas More will take possession in the front court there, they will move it down to 20 seconds. So 4:43 to play in the ball game. Campbellsville leads 57-48. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
The Lady Tigers lead Thomas More with 4:43 to play in the basketball game. It will be St. Ball underneath their own goal as we head down the wire. And Benji, the old saying goes, I'm as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
I was actually thinking of that quote, and I couldn't remember how it went, so I'm glad you pulled it out of the bag there. But my goodness, what a game this is. And we knew it was going to be a good one. Two powerhouses here, and like you said, the crowd's in it. It's just, this is what great basketball is all about,
as one might expect, this is the best crowd of the season for the Lady Tigers here. Barth to trigger it in, has Simon. She'll shovel it right back to Barth in the corner quickly. Now Barth on the dribble. Offensive foul will go against Zoe Barth.
Wow, that's a big call right there.
And that is 4 on Barth.
Matt, there was contact there, yes, but there's been more egregious contact that they haven't called. That's a big call to make right there.
Yeah.
That's a big call to make.
Coach. And Barth has been the truth.
She has.
20 points. She has been unbelievable. Lee ahead to Pritchett. Pritchett has to hesitate, finds Pettigo, 3-on-2, and Bailey Pettigo will wisely just hold this back out, get a good look. Campbellsville can extend to their largest lead of the day here with a field goal. Boyle has Pritchett. Pritchett back to Boyle left side. Inside quickly. Wilkes up, got up the window. Maddie Boyle sets it up.
Yeah,
Wilkes the score.
How many times have they done that in their career?
Teammates at Lincoln County High School. Long three from Smith. No good. Simon the rebound. Pettigo a little too strong trying to come in there and grab it away. Tough luck foul on Bailey. She was kind of flying in there. Simon just beat her to the spot. And Emily Simon, a return trip to the free throw line. She's in double figures today with 10 points. Riley Turner will check in for Zoe Barth. I don't think Coach Hands will. Actually, I take that back. Barth not checking out. I was going to say, I don't know that he can go long without Barth, but it may be one of those. You just got to leave her out there and live with the result. An 11-point Lady Tiger advantage. Simon hits the free throw here. You know, obviously, the score at the moment, it makes it easy for me to say what a ball game. But these two teams are just so fun to watch.
Well, it's the gold standard of basketball in the NAIA for women's basketball.
Simon hits both.
And they're in the same conference.
Yeah. Unfortunately, to some degree, for the last time, Lee needs some help. She'll go long to Pettigo. Defenders run in, and they're going to call steps on Bailey Pettigo as Simon with a nice heady defensive play there, closing in.
That's a right play, and or the right defense there, right call. And that's how Thomas More made their run early there in the third quarter. They did it with the pressing and defense. This is something that Campbellsville is going to have to handle.
So Campbellsville will have the matchup here. Kelly Brenner back in. She is a sharp shooter. Got to find her. Jones on her left side. That is Turner for three. Around and out, no good. Pritchett climbs the ladder and snares the rebound.
That is a big rebound right there for Courtney Pritchett.
3:40 to play in the ball game. Campbellsville by 9. Lee bounces to Boyle. Pritchett working against Brenner. Stops. Baseline. Pedigo drives in. Shot up and one for B!
Wow. Let's go. Let's go. Foul in the head. Wow.
Foul against Riley Turner.
Here's the thing, Matt. This Campbellsville Lady Tiger team, what they've done, I think, I wasn't up there when they played in January, but I think they've been more aggressive on the offensive end with their penetration. They focused so much trying to get the ball down low to Wilkes early in the game up there. But here, that's the difference in this ball game.
It's a dozen for the Lady Tigers as Pedigo cashes in on the freebie. Hurst right wing, and this thing is not over yet, folks. This Thomas More team can stroke it. Simon, right wing to Barth, inside cutting, nice pass to Brenner, but too strong. Brenner had to try to save it. Pedigo picks it off, needs a timeout as the defense was all over. And the Lady Tigers will have the possession with 3 minutes and 4 seconds to play. They lead it by 12. Waiting for a signal here if that was a full or a 30. 30. We'll keep it right here as Campbellsville with the advantage. The good, bad, and the ugly here, Benji Kelly, after all the energy spent. We've still got one more for you, folks. Stay tuned. This Thomas More Tiger game coming your way is going to be a fun one as well.
Absolutely.
May have to find a coffee or something.
Yeah, coffee. Well, I don't think we need any coffee. I just need some energy. I guess coffee would give it to you.
Either that or I'll go back there and get some of the oxygen from Derek Port in the training room. Man, this has been a fun one so far, and just a lot on the line here. And we talked about it at the top of the broadcast with the the Mid-South Conference standings and everything. Campbellsville had to have this to keep that door open. I don't know that you could be 2 games behind Thomas More. That means you're without the tiebreaker and have a chance to win the regular season. So the Lady Tigers need this today. Still a long way to go to get there, though. 62-50, ball knocked out of bounds as they were looking for Maddie Boyle.
6 seconds to get it across the timeline or the mid-court line.
Looking here from in front of the Thomas More bench. Boyle back to Lee quickly. Lee will go long to Pedigo, who catches and crosses with a couple of seconds to spare. They fly out quickly. Campbellsville, if they can handle some of that pressure and the trapping, then they get an easy bucket or 2 in here down the stretch.
And make some free throws. They're going to have to start fouling here soon to extend this game.
Pritchett left side, shovels it to Pedigo, and Pedigo nearly lost it. Wilkes picks it up, baby hook in the middle, no good. Simon the rebound as Thomas More forced Campbellsville deep into the shot clock. Lady Tigers did run a lot of time off. Brenner with a ball fake, now a long 2 on the way, good for Kelly Brenner, and it's a 10-point advantage.
We'll take the long 2.
62-52, Lady Tigers pitch it in to Pedigo. Lee collects it on the dribble, needs some help here. 2 defenders there, has Pritchett, 4 seconds, crosses. Left side, Boyle won't shoot it. Inside, Wilkes again. Defender flies into the corner. Pritchett with a ball fake, working against Martin, leaves it. Lee driving, right side, steps through, off the window. Good for Lauren Lee. It hung on the top and falls through.
It hung up there for like 5 seconds, seemed like.
Barth quickly to Turner, who gets the answer on the other end, and Coach Jeff Hands wants a timeout as it's a 10-point Lady Tiger advantage. 64-54, 152 to go. And Benji, it still feels like it's like a 2-point ball game here.
It does.
32nd timeout.
Well, it does. And here's the thing. Campbellsville will take this going back and forth, keeping it at 10, bucket for bucket. Eventually, this Thomas More team is going to have to start fouling and not let the Campbellsville get deep in that shot clock. I'm probably that's what he's doing here with this timeout.
And if you're the Lady Tigers, your starting lineup, for the most part, you trust at the free throw line. Caitlin Wilkes, the one young lady that has struggled at times, but her free throw shooting really has been streaky.
It has.
She may hit 9 of 10 and then miss. She may go 1 of 5 on her next. So it's a bit streaky with Caitlin, but she's certainly capable of going up there and hitting big free throws. And Lindsey Bird in the house today, she knows a thing or two about big free throws for the Lady Tigers.
Absolutely. I tell you that. I think there's at least 10 Lady Tigers that are here.
There are several. Bird, the former National Player of the Year in NAIA. Campbellsville gets it in quickly. Lee and Pritchett back and forth. Now Boyle has it, long ahead. They've got Pettigo on the right side, right at the Donna Wise court logo. Pritchett again holds it. Lady Tigers will
use that clock.
Be methodical here as Thomas Moore going to play this one out. Pritchett, right side, working against Barth, gets the step. Barth with 4 fouls. Pritchett knew it, went right at her.
Yeah, smart play by Courtney Pritchett. She knew Barth had that 4 fouls here, so.
Dr. Hopkins on the far side leading the Tigers cheering section. The shot by Simon, no good. Hurst can't get the putback. We're going to go to the arrow. It's a tied ball. That's Lady Tiger basketball.
There we go. Great defense once again, keeping them off the boards. Matt, I think that was that Maddie Boyle in there?
Boyle, I believe, grabbed it. 1:14 to play, and the Lady Tiger faithful on that far side, all up on their feet. Inbound, they get it to Pettigo. Lee nearly lost it. Ball poked away. Hurst has it into the middle. Martin across the paint. Jones worked herself into a tough shot, and Barth fouled on the putback attempt. And that full court pressure getting Campbellsville just enough trouble to extend this a bit. That foul on Bailey, her 4th.
Hootie.
And this will send Barth to the free throw line here. Zoe Barth has been terrific here today. 20 points, 9 of 12 from the field. She was the freshman of the year in the league back in the 19-20 season, the 2019-20 season, as she and Hurst were on that same team. It's like take your pick. Of course, Courtney Pritchett was a freshman that year as well. Second free throw for Barth is good. 10-point Lady Tiger advantage. Boyle ahead to Lee, who catches, works around the defender. Bunny on the other end for Wilkes. No, it's knocked out of bounds. Nice. Ooh, watch out down there. Riley Turner stepped on the cable. She's able to keep her footing. And it will stay with the Lady Tigers. Nice recovery by Riley Turner, Benji.
Absolutely.
A 10-point Lady Tiger lead, less than a minute to play. Lee tried to pitch it in off Simon, but she stole it away. Heady play by Simon. Drives in, throws one up, no good. Pritchett the rebound. Pritchett needs some help. We've got a whistle here in the backcourt as they foul her with 49 seconds to play. This will be on Simon.
Campbellsville in the bonus here. Pritchett a chance to go to the free throw line here and get this thing back out to 12 points, but my goodness, Matt Payton, what great execution today for this Lady Tiger team.
It's a good
on
thing
both ends of the court.
Good thing these teams only play twice in the regular season. My heart couldn't handle the Frontier Conference. They play 3 times out there. I don't know if I could handle it. Nally back in for Wilkes. Little offense, defense substitution for Campbellsville as they send Bertram and Nally in there. Pritchett remains on the floor. She's at the free throw line. Pettigo and Lee out there. 10 points the margin. Pritchett can extend the lead here for the Lady Tigers. She has got a dozen today, and that one is good. Used it all, and that's all that matters.
At the end of the day, it's how it goes through the net.
One more coming for Swiss. She connects on both. 68-56. The Lady Tigers, the 3rd-ranked team in the country, on the verge of handing Thomas More their first loss of the season. Barth working against Pritchett, left side. Martin, a contested 3, no good. Rebound. Oh, as Lee falls to the ground. And Martin again for 3, no good. Lauren Lee jumps up and grabs the rebound. 30 seconds, and they foul. Campbellsville's going to get this thing done.
They're going to take care of business here today, but I guarantee you, Matt, we're going to see this team again. In that conference tournament. This is probably one of the best 40-minute games that this Campbellsville Lady Tiger basketball team has played all year.
So Campbellsville with Lauren Lee at the free throw line. I don't know when the last time, I know my first ever game sitting in this chair was back in the 11-12 season when the Lady Tigers beat Azusa Pacific, who was number 3 in the country. And here today, they beat another highly ranked team. It's not often you get matchups at the Powell where teams are ranked higher than Campbellsville. Here today, one of those is 2 free throws are good for Lauren Lee. Campbellsville by 14. Martin out front. This is Brenner for 3. That is good for Kelly Brenner with 22.7 seconds remaining. Campbellsville leads by 11. Pritchett going to take a timeout here with 18.6 seconds remaining. And Ginger High Colvin will take a full timeout here. Again, 18.6 seconds remaining. The Lady Tigers lead 70-59. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network. Lead number 1, Thomas More here in the Powell Athletic Center. Campbellsville on the verge of closing this one out. Less than 19 seconds to play. Matt Payton, Benji Kelly here courtside with you. And the key here, Benji, attention to the detail. Just take care of the basketball. And
that's it.
If they foul, knock these free throws down.
That's it.
I think Thomas More, just watching Coach Higgins, the body language, he sent his bunch back out there pretty quickly. You don't get the turnover. I don't know that he wants to foul here.
I mean, what he's doing is he's saving, allowing his team to face some of this adversity. He knows that there's a bigger goal at stake here with the national tournament, defending champions.
Boyle looking, finally Lee flashes, and they do kind of back off a bit. Pritchett, long, Pettigo will catch, and look at the heady play by Bailey Pettigo. She'll circle back out, bring it near side to Maddie Boyle with 8 seconds. She'll try to dribble it out as the double team comes. Ball knocked away, Pritchett catches. Pritchett will hold it with 2 seconds on the game clock, and that's where the buzzer will bark. The Lady Tigers will trip the Saints, and Campbellsville picks up the win here in the Powell Athletic Center, 70-59. The final score as they knock off Thomas More for the first time this season. The Saints face defeat. Campbellsville improves to 21-1 on the season. They are 15-1 in league play. Thomas More now 22-1 on the year, 16-1 in Mid-South Conference play. What a basketball game here in the Powell Athletic Center as Ginger High Colvin will make her way over, and we will we'll let her catch her breath here. We'll take a 2-minute timeout and come back and speak with the head coach. You're following the Lady Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
That's not right. How was it? Is it good?
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
70-59, the Lady Tigers knock off number 1 Thomas More in the Powell Athletic Center. Matt Payton and the head coach, Ginger Highcolvin, here with me. Coach, I could spout off all kinds of stuff, but I'm just going to give you the floor. You earned it as Brent Vernon makes his way over to congratulate you. Not often teams come in here higher ranked than the Lady Tigers, but today Thomas More did. And how about your bunch of young ladies? They were certainly up to the test.
Yeah, I'm so proud of them, and we knew we had to out-rebound them. I'm hoping we did, and we felt like if we could out-rebound them, they killed us on their boards at their place, and they don't have any weak spots. They just truly do not have any weaknesses. They defend extremely well. Their offense is as good as it gets, and he switches things up so much. He switches things up after timeouts, and if you're not mentally ready to go for 40 minutes, you're in trouble. And I feel like our kids were ready today, and they stepped up to the challenge. I'm really proud of them.
Today you spread out the scoring a bit, 4 different Lady Tigers in double figures. And you tell me, Coach, offensively, what was it at their place? They kind of gave you some fits. It was a little offense was kind of come in spurts. Here today, it felt like you were consistent throughout this basketball game. Anything that you did differently, they did differently. It just felt like it was a bit easier to come by, as good as they are defensively.
We were on our heels at their place. I don't know why. When you go in and you play somebody like that, you don't have anything to lose. And I felt like we were really on our heels, and we talked about that. We've watched film, and I think they saw that. And we were a little short-handed today. Kayla Luby got up sick this morning, and man, she's a warrior and wanted to get in there and play, but she's just I don't know if it's a stomach bug or food poisoning, so we didn't have her as much as we would like to have had her today. But the rest of the kids got out there, and Caitlin's a handful, and Kayla is too. Kayla made a huge three-point play in the first half, but those kids are, and I feel like we did a good job getting the ball to her. And then Courtney was a lot more assertive today, and when she's assertive, that changes everything.
She was certainly aggressive early. She had 8 early points, finished with 14 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 6 of 11 from the floor. That is one piece, and obviously the shooting of Elizabeth Bertram and Maddie Boyle and Sarah Sutton can do it, but the aggressiveness of Courtney Pritchett is another wrinkle to your offense that kind of takes it to the next level at times.
And I think that she's just she's a gamer, and Bailey Pettigo fits in that category to some extent, and it's just so nice seeing them come out and be assertive and be aggressive. I thought Bailey was aggressive as well, and then Courtney, we rely on Courtney to get a lot of the touches and the looks into Kate, and I feel like we had other people that were getting the ball to her today, and that helps.
The balance and body control of Lauren Lee is awfully fun to watch, and you go back through the history of Lady Tiger basketball. There have been some unbelievable point guards, but her knack for being able to finish through contact is really something to watch.
And her knack to finish at the right time. She made timely plays today, timely shots, timely drives, and I was really pleased with her game and her aggressiveness. But yes, she's a strong kid, and the fact that she can come in there and absorb a little of that contact is really good for us.
I won't miss, I don't know about you, I love Coach Hands. I won't miss him. I won't miss Zoe Barth. I won't miss Emily Simon, Courtney Hurst. That is such a good basketball team.
Holy smokes.
And I thought Zoe Barth was as good as we've seen her and throughout her career. She had that ACL injury a couple of years ago. But you couldn't tell it today. She was unbelievable.
Yeah, and I think as good a player as she is, she seems like she's just that good of a person too. And man, she is a tough guard. She's so crafty. And I think Coach Hands would probably tell you she's one of the major reasons that they won a national championship last year. She's one of the major reasons that they're ranked #1 in the country. She's Courtney Pritchett. That's her. She's going to make a play. She's going to make a pass. She's just going to make a play for them down the stretch. And man, she made plays for them today.
Beating #1 is always fun, and it was necessary from the standpoint of the Mid-South Conference regular season. And I know you don't want to start to look at that too early, but being down 2 games to them in a head-to-head scenario really gets dicey the last 6 to 8 games of the season. So you needed this to kind of keep that alive.
We did, because we still have 2 games against Pikeville. We still have Georgetown coming to our place. We still have to go to Cumberland's. There's just not not an easy game in the Mid-South Conference. Lindsey Wilson still has to come here, and Lindsey played Thomas More to a 6-point game, and John's always ready, and Lindsey's always you could throw everything out the window when we play them. So it's just we have to take these one at a time, we're fortunate that we played hard enough today. We're fortunate, but this game's over, and we have to move on, and we have to go to Pikeville Thursday, and I can promise you it's going to be a dogfight.
I thought the crowd was tremendous today.
This crowd, man, oh, man, I'm so pleased with the way they come out and the way they supported. It was an electric atmosphere, and Thomas More, they always bring a great crowd too. And if you're not watching what people quote unquote say small college basketball, you're missing out, because this was a heck of a game.
And a lot of Lady Tigers were in attendance today. I think you had maybe a double-figure Lady Tiger, 10 or more.
Did we?
Here.
I know we had
Madison Faulkner was looking for a shot. I don't know.
Madison Faulkner was ejected from her first coaching last night.
Oh, you're going to tell on her.
She did. I'm going to put it out there. She got ejected last night. So, yes, Madison's here. Millie Deason Ware is here. Madison Stewart's here. Julie Ferguson is here. Julie Jeffries Ferguson. Allison Baker.
I saw Diasha was here.
Okay, I didn't know Diasha was here. Lindsey Bird, okay.
So you had
hey, that's a pretty good team. That's a pretty good team.
If you need a scrimmage, they might be able to give you one.
We could put them out, and I don't want to miss anybody if anybody else. Matt, I said Stu. I think Stu was here. Or I think Hootie said that Stu was going to show up. So
that's cool stuff. Did you happen to see late? You were a little busy coaching a basketball game. I don't know if you saw Dr. Hopkins kind of leading the cheers down there.
I did not.
He was down there kind of pepping up the student section. And,
how awesome is that?
Walking through, pepping up the team. And then I thought it was pretty cool. The Tigers waited for your bunch to all come through. A lot of times they'll run on out and get onto the floor.
Right.
Today, they waited for your girls to each exit and kind of congratulate them. I thought that was a pretty cool moment,
It is,
too.
and our girls are really close to those guys, and it's they all have great friendships, and I think that's what college basketball is about. Down the road, they're going to keep up with these people on Facebook, and they support one another, and these guys they're playing good basketball right now. They just they're really getting after it, and now I want this crowd to get behind them, and let's just get two today. That would tickle me to death.
Congratulations, Coach.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it.
Lady Tigers winners here today as Campbellsville knocks off Thomas More. Final score in the PAL, 70-59. We'll take a quick look. Went a bit long there with Coach, but of course the Lady Tigers deserve that as they knock off number one Thomas More. Quickly, some of the numbers. Campbellsville finishes 27 of 58 from the field, 46.5%. They were 33% from deep, 5 of 15 there beyond the arc, 64.5% from the free throw line. For Thomas More today, they struggled a bit from the field, 35.5% shooting for the Saints, 22 of 62. 4 of 27 from deep. It's a team that averages double-figure three-point makes on the season from three, beyond the arc. Just 4 today, 4 of 27. Certainly helped out the Lady Tigers in their quest to win this one. 14.8% for Coach Hands and company. At the free throw line, as usual, they were terrific. 11 of 13, 84.5%. Campbellsville had 4 Lady Tigers in double figures, led by Lauren Lee with 15 points. They got 14 from Courtney Pritchett. 13 from Caitlin Wilkes to go with 8 rebounds, 11 from Elizabeth Bertram. Quickly on Lee and Pritchett. Lee finishing with 6 rebounds, 6 assists in today's ball game. Pritchett 6 rebounds, 5 assists in the contest here today. 7 for Bailey Pettigoat, 4 boards for BP, 3 points each for Maddie Boyle and Sarah Sutton. They each knocked in an Edward Jones 3-point field goal. Kayla Luby had 2 off the bench, as did Maddie Nally. 3 boards for Nally. Luby was under the weather. Caitlin Wilkes also under the weather a bit here today. For Thomas More, they were led by Zoe Barth with 22 points. She had 6 rebounds, 9 of 12 shooting. Emily Simon also in double figures with 12 points here today. They got 7 from Courtney Hurst, 6 points from Riley Turner, 5 points from Kelly Brenner. 5 more from Rachel Martin, and Alex Smith had 2 points to round out the scoring for Thomas More. Rebounding, Campbellsville a 34-28 advantage, both teams with 10 on the offensive end. The Lady Tigers finishing with 14 assists, 5 steals, and 11 turnovers. 6 assists, 6 steals, 9 turnovers for Thomas More. Enhanced scoring quickly in the paint. Campbellsville a 40-30 advantage off turnovers, 6-5 in favor of TMU. Second chance points, 15-14 in favor of CU. Bench points, 18-7 in favor of Campbellsville. The score was tied 8 times, 5 times the lead changed hands in what was a thriller here today. Campbellsville point off the big win over number 1 Thomas More. Their largest lead today was 14 points. Thomas More's largest advantage came early at 3 points, and that's where we will conclude our women's coverage. We're going to to run up tight against the men's tip-off, but we'll step away here, take an extended timeout, come back and bring you men's coverage. You're following Tiger basketball on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
As a dad, every day is a challenge. To make sure that the time that I have, I spend with them. It doesn't matter how tired you are, you have to try and to teach them. When they learn something new, and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How is it? Is it good?
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible, she must be a keeper.
Tigers and Saints coming your way. Be safe, Coach. Coach Jeff Hands making his way out of the gym there as the Lady Tigers pick up the win over number 1 Thomas More. Now, Benji, we turn our attention over to the Tigers.
Let's do it.
We like a doubleheader sweep here, Mid-South Conference play. Campbellsville and Thomas More meeting here for the second time this season. The Saints got them up at their place on the 5th of January, Benji, 70-62. And that game won, you go and look at the numbers, it really boiled down to the transfer, Kyle Ross. He came in, hit 4 threes for Thomas More at 17 points. He was newly eligible at that point, and Thomas More really needed that. It was a pick-me-up for the Saints off the bench, and that was the one area. You look at some of the other numbers from that game, the field goal percentages and all that stuff pretty close, rebounding and different things. But a few more long balls for Thomas More ended up being the difference in that 8-point win.
Yeah, you know, in Campbellsville, since that time, Matt has probably been playing some of their best basketball. And I don't know if you can go back and point to that game that shows that, okay, we can compete in this level or in this league. And, you know, as a result, the last few games, Campbellsville, you know, got a victory against a really good Cumberland University ball club. You know, I had a shot there at the end last week, and then, of course, then go up and take care of business at Wilberforce. But as we were saying, it's Noah Pack, the big junior 6'9" dude. That's actually, you know, he's not playing; he's in a boot. So I would look for Campbellsville to kind of get the ball down to Malik and everything. So should be a good game. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, good luck, guys, as the Tigers and Saints are off the floor. We get ready for the starting lineups to be announced here in just a moment at the Powell Athletic Center. Thomas More, number 22 in the country as they enter play today. So each of the Saints programs ranked. The Saints are 16-5 on the year, 11-5 in league play. Campbellsville 9-13 on the season, 4-12 in league play. And Benji, they got one over Wilberforce on Thursday night in Wilberforce, Ohio. The Tigers have been knocking on the door. They're playing their best basketball of the season here late. We'll see if they could continue that trend here against the Saints this afternoon in the Powell Athletic Center. The starter is set to be announced by Corbin Harris on public address here today. And Noah Pack, I believe, has started every game this season. I'll have to double check that, but he will be out of the lineup, as Benji mentioned here today. And it's a Thomas More team that does not go too terribly deep, so we'll see how that adjusts things for Coach Justin Ray and company. Justin Ray in his 5th season as the head man of the Thomas More Saint program. They'll move to Division II here after the season. Today he sends out Reed Jolly. Excuse me, Reed Jolly, 6'5", a redshirt junior forward from Alexandria, Kentucky. Wyatt Veith, 6'3", a sophomore guard from Hebron, Kentucky. Jacob Jones, 5'10", a redshirt sophomore guard from Jeffersonville, Indiana. Casey George, 6 foot, a sophomore guard from Pickerington, Ohio. And Kyle Ross, 6'7", a sophomore forward from St. John, Indiana. Now for the Tigers, the Thrivent Financial starting lineup brought to you by Quentin Ford. They will send out today Jace Wallace, 6'6", the junior forward from Lexington, Kentucky. Zach Travis, 6'3", a freshman guard from Somerset, Kentucky. Keyston Brown, 6'1", a junior guard from Lexington, Kentucky. Malachi D'Souza, 6'6", a senior forward from Beacon, New York. And for the Tigers of Coach Brent Vernon, Malik Muhammad rounds out the 5, the 6'9" senior center from Los Angeles, California. Coach Vernon in his 7th season, 111 wins all time, assisted by his older brother, Mark, and Peyton Holsey. Alec Williams also on the bench for the Tigers. I don't know if Williams is here today. There comes Alec, who's back in the locker room. We get set for action here. Benji, the Tigers and Saints meeting all time for the 34th time. Thomas More leads by the narrowest of margins, 17-16 in the all-time meetings.
Well, let's even it up.
Let's even it out as the Lady Tigers got a win. We were a little short on our pregame there, but when you knock off number one, you just get a few extra minutes.
You get a little longer postgame for the Lady Tigers, and I'll tell you what, as I was talking to Coach Colvin, best 40 minutes I think I've seen one of her teams play in the last several years. So let's get one here for this Tiger team.
Tigers knocked off Wilberforce 81-72 on Thursday. Malik Muhammad had a career high 28 points in the win for Campbellsville. Tap controlled by Thomas More. The Saints in the road blacks today. Thomas More in script above the numbers in white. Ross inside working against D'Souza. Difficult shot, no good. D'Souza the rebound for Campbellsville. He is absent the typical headband. Campbellsville in the home whites. Tigers across the chest in maroon. Maroon numerals. Right to left for CU. Pull-up jumper for Brown is no good. And the two teams exchange misses here to begin the ball game. George with it. Casey George driving in, lost it. Ball got knocked away, I believe. Here comes D'Souza again. Working inside, steps through, left hand, no good. Muhammad tried to follow, gets his own miss on the tap back, and a bucket for the big fella.
Yeah, big way to follow down and transition there. Malik get a missed shot by D'Souza there, and Campbellsville scores first.
Broke my own rule there. Here Jones driving in. He's fouled from behind by Keyston Brown, who gets him on the hand.
And what was your own rule there?
I called him big fella.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's easy
retired.
to do.
That's retired. My apologies, Miss Dorham. Jacob Jones at the free throw line here for Thomas More. Misses that free throw toss. Jones about 68% on the season. Keyston Brown going to get a quick breather here as he picks up that early foul. The Tigers can't afford for him to get that second one too quickly. So this will leave the basketball in the hands of Jace Wallace a bit. Javon Smith checking in, 6'2" sophomore guard from Bardstown, Kentucky. 2-1, Campbellsville leads after Jones gets that second free throw. Wallace bounces to D'Souza, left wing. Travis off the right side. They want the entry to Muhammad. They've got him. Double team comes. Muhammad looking, pass deflected and knocked out of bounds, which is maybe not the worst thing in the world there to let Campbellsville set up a sideline out of bounds play. He was looking, I believe, for Javon Smith.
He was a cross-court outlet there, and good defense by Thomas More.
7 to shoot as Wallace catches. Muhammad sets the screen. Wallace in the middle, working against Ross. A right-handed push shot, no good. Long rebound. Wallace grabs it. He'll go right back up. The finger roll. That won't go in. And staying with it, Wallace another chance. Smith inside has Muhammad. Double team comes. Muhammad being pushed by Ross. No call. Now one dribble. Going to step through. Goes up. That shot no good. And 3 or 4 chances for Campbellsville. They come up empty. George going to hand it off to Jolly. Jolly in the middle. And a shot good for Reed Jolly. That is a tough, tough finish.
That's a tough finish and just shows you how good of an athlete he is.
That's why he's averaging 19 points a game, I suppose.
He's put on some more muscle here since last year.
Working off the screen. They're going to get Muhammad, I believe, for a moving screen as he turned into Jolly a bit there. And that's going to be the first on Malik. And 2 fouls against Campbellsville, going against 2 of its most important players, and Brown and Muhammad here early. Thomas More with the 1-point advantage. And I tell you what, let these 2 teams be a bit physical here early. Veith, the basketball. Jolly back to Veith. Campbellsville was prepared for that set. And now Jolly on the inline working against Wallace. He'll try to back him down. Jolly in the middle, spins. D'Souza was hanging out there. I don't know if he got a hand on that or Jolly just left it short. Then Jacob Jones kind of mishandled the rebound, actually kneed it out of bounds. It went off his upper leg.
Well, that's just good defense there by Wallace there. And, you know, Campbellsville fortunate there to not give up that offensive board, chance to go back and get this lead. So good start early for this Campbellsville team on the defensive end.
Jay Milburn checks in for Malik Muhammad, 6'8" freshman forward from right here in Campbellsville, Kentucky. Milburn hands it to Wallace, who's got that right hand tape, got dinged in that game with Wilberforce. Little ball fake. Milburn wants to drive, and we're going to have a foul called here on Thomas Moore. I believe they're going to call this on Kyle Ross, and I'll tell you this. I think Ross has gotten away with some stuff in this game already, but maybe a bit undersized against some of those guys. He is not afraid to be physical.
No, he's not.
And that's what sometimes that's an indictment of bigs, is their inability to embrace the physical nature of the game.
Well, and I'll tell you someone else who's not afraid to be physical, and that's Jay Milburn.
Right.
I mean, he took it right to him, and loved the aggressiveness in there of that freshman.
Free throw number 2 for Milburn is no good, so he gets 1 of 2, and we're tied at 3. 16:50 to play, first half. Ross looking for that back cut. Jolly catches, but nowhere to go with it. And the missed shot underneath. He tried to go reverse. D'Souza did a nice job down low. That wingspan of Malachi giving him fits there. Travis to Wallace out front. Jolly defends. Wallace drives. Shot up, no good. Rebound taken in by Thomas Moore, and this has been a physical start here. Veith to Jolly in the middle. Into the corner, George. Now out top, and Jones will set it up here with 16 now on the shot clock. Tied at 3. Jones gets back right side, takes a contested shot over Smith, no good. D'Souza, nope, that's going to be Smith the rebound. Javon Smith will stop, finds Wallace, left side Travis, ball fake, drives and spins. Step back not there, and instead he'll leave it with Jace Wallace as Kyle Ross was defending. They've got a mismatch. Milburn makes himself wide, now kicks, open corner 3 is short. Milburn, just that ball came through. Jay read it, he knew it was going to be short, but I don't know if he thought it might hop off the bottom of the backboard or maybe the pad. Goes out of bounds off the hands of Jay Milburn as Jace Wallace will check out. Jordan Graham into the lineup, 6'3" freshman guard from Winchester, Kentucky. Zach Travis also getting a breather. Keaston Brown re-enters. Tied at 3. Kyle Ross brings it ahead. The transfer from Wisconsin, Milwaukee. Jones inside has Jolly, and he missed the shot. A late whistle underneath. So, and here's my issue, Benji.
If it's a foul, call it.
Down there, they were all over Malik a couple of possessions ago, and here you get that. And that's, we talk about it.
Every game.
It's the most frustrating thing in the world is, and it may have been a foul down here. I'm not saying that. But there's a couple of possessions down here. Reed Jolly gets 1 of 2, and it's a 4-3 advantage now for Thomas Moore.
Yeah, both teams struggling from the field here, Matt. 2 of 13 combined.
You know, it's one thing that's a bit interesting. You see a big women's game like that, and you've been in that scenario. Does that, as a player, if you're Campbellsville, does that help or hurt the energy watching that and different things? And we may come back to that in a moment as Javon Smith misses. Jordan Graham's putback won't go, and Campbellsville has been unable to get something to go.
There's a lid on that thing.
In the paint here. Somebody call Oscar Vaughn. Kyle Ross for 3. That is short. Both of these teams have left some stuff short in the early going here as Keaston Brown will come the other way. Jay Milburn right side to D'Souza. D'Souza, less than 15 to play in the half, has it breaked out of his hands. Now Jacob Jones comes out of the scrum with it. Jones, left side Veith. He can shoot it. 3 on the way. That is short. Jay Milburn the rebound. And Campbellsville back the other way. D'Souza will hold it up and wait for Keaston Brown here. Now 14.5 minutes or so to play in the first half. 4-3 the score, and quite the feeling out process here early. D'Souza spins, keeps his footing, finds Jordan Graham inside. Graham left hand, and that'll go. Campbellsville gets the bucket down inside.
Good, strong, aggressive move to the rim there by Jordan Graham. Looking at his dad. His dad was even nodding in approval there.
Robbie Graham.
Robbie's in the house.
Over on that far side. Just the second field goal for the Tigers. Thomas Moore still just 1 field goal in the game. 5-4 the score. George working against Keaston Brown, who rakes it away. George finds A passing lane out to Kyle Ross, who hits the three, and Kyle Ross has been a Tiger killer in his brief Thomas More career. 7-5. Milburn out front. The dribble, hands it off to Smith. Smith gets the lane, gonna go up the right hand. It won't go, and unfortunately took an extra bounce off the rim, or Milburn may have had a putback. Jacob Jones, left side of the lane, sprints ahead, and boy, oh boy, they're letting these two teams go. Right side to Sousa, inside, he scoops one up with the left hand. That's no good. Bree Jolly, the rebound.
This is an ugly start to a game after we just had a spectacular game that we watched.
Fortunately, both of the two teams here are struggling.
Yeah.
George out top. They lose Ross again. Shooter, Ross, no good. George, an easy tap back. And Campbellsville wants a timeout here as Thomas More gets a couple of back-to-back buckets. And the Tigers will slow things down a bit. 12:57 to play in the first half. 9-5, Thomas More the advantage. But I mentioned there a moment ago, Benji, you know, in your career, I'm sure you did the doubleheader thing.
Oh, yeah.
And, what's that like? You watch an exciting game, a heavyweight bout, so to speak. You know, you got to now get out there and try to, you know, do the same. I don't know. Is that tough? How do you handle that?
Honestly, it never really played into it because or at least in my time now, it may be, you know, for some guys, but it should give you the mental capacity to go out there and say, okay, this is an electric. We need to bring our game today. Now, both of these teams, I think some of it is why we're struggling. It's so physical right now. And the refs aren't really calling anything. So, like you said the filling out thing.
Definitely has been.
It's been a
physical start here.
You know, 5 of 24 for both teams here.
Keyston Brown off the screen, looking. Oh, and Wallace stopped. And I think Jace kind of stopped. Keyston was hoping Wallace would cut the end line. Turnover on the Tigers.
KB needs to go ahead and shoot that.
Jones working far side into the corner. George can't shoot it. Nice job of closing out. He'll bully his way down inside, and an easy bucket by Casey George, averaging double figures on the season. Out front, now on around. Brown with Jolly defending. Into the middle, Chandler Clements. Turnaround jumper good for Chandler Clements, the 6'7" junior forward from Clementsville, Tennessee.
Yeah, nice little mid-range jumper, good penetration and kick there by Brown.
Casey George at the elbow left side, spins back. This is Jolly open, three on the way, no good. Malik Muhammad. Big rebound there for CU. Campbellsville trailing by 4 as they come the other way. Less than 12 minutes to play. Media stoppage coming up in a bit. Into the corner, Clements. Now Keyston Brown, left wing. Working off the Muhammad screen, gets the step, crashes into Jolly, and we're gonna have a blocking foul called on Reed. It's a big call there. That would have been 2 on Brown. Jolly came across, tried to take the contact, and is whistled for the block. Was he in the circle?
I think he was in the circle.
Thought he was set.
Restricted circle on the pass, so be out of bounds Campbellsville.
Brings us to a stoppage here, 11-7. The lead to Thomas More, the basketball for the Tigers. We'll be right back. You're following Tiger Basketball University Sports Network.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How is it good?
To 7, Thomas More, the early advantage over the Tigers here in the Powell Athletic Center. Matt Payton and the former Tiger number 2 still on the scoring list for Campbellsville University. Benji Kelly with me, and you know, guy scores the second most points in school history. You didn't have many of those 3 or 14s early in ball games, did you?
Very, very rarely. We ran that loyal Loyola Marymount offense, and we came out and
Jolly's back heel was on the line.
Well, on the line.
So he may have been just a bit tardy. He looked a little closer there on that. But, yeah, so Coach Cunningham had you guys up and down.
He did. We were chucking it. I think in our 4 years we averaged about 93 points a game. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. We didn't play much defense.
Yeah, no,
I just turned around earlier to Coach Wise and said that's probably one of the best defensive games that I've seen the Lady Tiger team play. And I said, that's coming from a guy who doesn't play defense.
You recognize it when you see it.
That's right.
Do as I say, not as I do. Here's a jumper for Keaston Brown, no good.
It's a good look there by Brown. He's so good at that little fadeaway. And we've seen him hit several of those there, about 18 feet from the basket.
Ooh, Kyle Ross took an extra hop step there. Jolly out front. Now Veith holds it. Driving is Jolly, working against Muhammad. Contested shot. Not much margin for error there for Reed Jolly, but able to get the finish. Derek Eddings into the lineup for Thomas More. Eddings, a 6'3" redshirt freshman guard from Cincinnati, Ohio. Thomas More not very deep on the season, Benji, and here tonight without Noah Pack. We'll see how that plays into things. Here Jordan Graham wide open straightaway three. No good. Wallace, can he grab it? He can. Chased it down, kept it alive. Now going to drive at V. Shot up off the window. A little bully ball right there for Jace.
Well, you know, here's the thing. They're not calling it. Why not? Keep doing it until they call it. So good strong rebound there and a good move by Wallace.
George out front, bounces to Ross, 13-9. Campbellsville trails by 4. George left side to V. Inside rolling, shot up, no good. Ross missed it, Campbellsville the other way. Keaston Brown into the middle, looking, and shovel it back to Muhammad to reset his dribble. Muhammad will stalk George on the screen. Oh boy, that was close.
Close.
He's got to be careful. Wallace has it knocked away. Jordan Graham able to save it. 9 to shoot, working against Eddings. Graham at the elbow, jumper on the way, strong. Rebound Jolly. Here comes George. 13-9 remains the score. Campbellsville down by 4. George at the elbow, jumper no good. Muhammad above the rim rebound there.
Yeah, it was. He's had a couple that he's had here this afternoon, going up and get it. And that's what we need him to do.
Muhammad frustrated, I think, thinking they're holding him inside. Yeah. And Brown's pass, he wanted Muhammad. It's picked off by V.
That's frustration foul right there. KB's got to know that he's already got a foul on him.
So with 9:28 to play in the half, Keaston Brown picks up his second. 4 on the Tigers as a team. Veith kind of read that. Keaston was wanting to get it to Malik, and Veith, as soon as he saw Keaston pick it up, just jumped it.
Yep.
George to inbound here for Thomas More, looking, and this ball deflected by Smith. Jolly able to catch it. Eddings for 3, no good. George tapped it. It gets batted around to Kyle Ross. Campbellsville wanted it over the back. 15-9, Thomas More, I believe their largest lead here at 6 points. 9 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the half. Clements out front to Muhammad. And now Javon Smith with Eddings defending. Smith to Graham in the corner. Now Wallace. Now they get it to Malik Muhammad. Quick move from Malik, falling away. Shot no good, but he does draw the foul against Kyle Ross, and that will be 2 on Ross here. So we'll see where Coach Justin Ray goes now. And it's going to be Matt Smith to check in, 6'6" redshirt sophomore forward from Charlotte, North Carolina. Muhammad with a couple of free throw tosses coming his way. That one is good. So Ross will check out. So each team with a big part of their lineup on the bench here. Ross for Thomas More, Keaston Brown for Campbellsville. 15-10. Malik Muhammad with one more freebie, and that one is short. Reed Jolly the rebound. You're going to get a lot of minutes today, and they played a lot of minutes on Thursday against Lindsey Wilson from these guys. Benji, we'll see how the legs.
That's right.
They've been pushed, though, all season long. Here's Smith trying to feed one through to Jolly that hit the back of a Tiger. And Campbell. I think we had an issue with the shot clock maybe not resetting quick enough, but turnover on Thomas More there. And they're gonna
here we go. 8:40 on the steal, so 8:38.
Yeah, they tried to reset the shot clock to 27, but they actually hit it on the game clock. And as they say, Benji, there for a moment, we had a situation. 15-10. Gamblesville trails by 5. And how about the stats? We might have a situation. I don't know.
Well, the game clock started, but the shot clock didn't that time. So, and we've got some of our guys that are out today being sick because Josh normally works the clock. Now he's doing the stats since Sheldon's under the weather. So,
you know, I mentioned that during the women's game, my youngest son had a tonsillectomy, and I would have ridden up with those guys, and we actually quarantined one today. He's working master. Feels fine.
Right.
Working master where really nobody is.
Yeah.
Back at the studio. So maybe kind of a blessing in disguise that I didn't go on that trip. I know COVID's kind of ramped up a bit. And they're trying to start. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. We got a situation. Now the clock's still running. And they're trying to figure it out. Sometimes technology just won't cooperate no matter how hard you try. And I think the game clock should have been at like 8:29 or something, 8:30. I was going to look here at the minutes for Thomas More against Lindsey Wilson. They had an 8-point win over the Blue Raiders on Thursday. But Reed Jolly played 38. Casey George also played 38. Pat got hurt, only played 11 minutes. Wyatt Beath, Jacob Jones, and Kyle Ross all over 30. Benji, when you played, minutes, did you feel it? How often, if you had a day between, or
especially late in the year.
Late in the year.
Late in the year, when you're playing Thursday, Thursday, Saturday, and having to do these long road trips. Practice usually is not very hard. It's more of a walkthrough to kind of give yourself to regroup. But you're exactly right. Fatigue is a real factor.
Yeah.
And especially, when your jump shots, your free throws, things that you really got to use those legs to kind of elevate.
And did you feel it when you went out there and could you tell pregame, oh boy, like I don't have much lift?
Not
or
so much
did it wear and tear?
Wear and tear through the game.
Yeah. And so maybe you get to the late in the second half and then you realize, okay.
Yeah.
And do you adjust that
I do.
yourself?
I would penetrate and try to get a little closer shot than relying on that three-point shot or that the wing shot. Get to that free throw line, so to speak. But yeah, it's a real factor. It really is.
So we'll see. And Coach Ray has leaned heavily on these guys this season, and you always wonder about it. We'll see how it plays in today. Now everything appears to be working in sync. Jace Wallace, the basketball. Clements out top. They want to get it to Muhammad. Now they do. Javon Smith gets it to him. Quick rip through. Goes off the leg of Matt Smith. And give him credit. He kind of knew Malik wanted to go baseline and jumped it. Knocked it out of bounds. 8 on the shot clock here with 8:07 on the game clock. Campbellsville looking. Wallace needs somewhere to go with it. He'll throw it out deep. Muhammad will catch it. Hands it to Jace Wallace. 3 on the way. Bang! Jace Wallace, nothing but net. The Edward Jones payout.
That is a big 3 right there by Wallace. Big 3 off the out-of-bounds play with 7 seconds left on the shot clock.
I thought he kind of rushed it, but
I did
who cares? Reed Jolly working down the lane. Shot up, no good. Muhammad, the rebound for CU. Here comes Jace Wallace.
Get to the rim, Jace.
Wallace on the elbow, left side stop, shovels it back. Mid-range for Malik is just off the mark.
Good look. That's a good look. Good look.
Feels like Reed Jolly might have a dozen rebounds already. Well, I know he doesn't, but it feels kind of like he's grabbed every one on the defensive end. Jacob Jones to Jolly. Works right side of the lane this time. And what do we have here? An offensive foul on Reed Jolly.
Wow,
that's
a big
2
call.
on him.
Big call there. 4th team foul. That was kind of straight line. Did he lower that shoulder?
I was straight line as well. I have no idea. I'm going to assume that may have been it, or maybe even a chicken wing, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, it was right in front of the official. He had the better. Shoulder, okay. Lowered that shoulder. So
15-13. The Tigers can tie it or take the lead here. These two teams offensively just not been able to get going. Wallace inside, goes up full finger roll, not enough on it, and I think he got caught in between. Maybe thought he should have passed it, but at that point he was already committed. He had a wide open Javon Smith in the corner. And immediately you saw him, Benji, kind of point to Javon as to say, my bad. Here's Reed Jolly. Step back three is good for Reed Jolly. He may take about 25 shots in this game today for Thomas More.
He's so good.
18-13. Thomas More back up by 5. Wallace made a three. The Tigers had a couple of chances to tie it or take the lead. They couldn't do it, and finally Jolly gets the 3 points back. Muhammad needs help, has Travis out front, gets the screen. Travis gets the step and the lay-in. Nice shot working around the Malik Muhammad screen.
Way to see that the lane kind of opened up.
Coach Justin Ray may have a bit of a gripe. Malik was a little wide base there. 18-15. Jacob Jones off the screen will drive in and get the lay-in between the tall trees. Muhammad and Clements there.
Got it up high on that glass.
Back to a 5-point basketball game. Wallace working, and he'll leave it out here with Clements. Now Smith. Muhammad's got the position. They get it to him. Double team comes. Oh, man. I'm going to keep my mouth shut, Benji. That's going to be 2 on Malik. And 5 on the Tigers. And I think Malik asking exactly what he did. Now, to me, though, Benji, it looked like Malik ripped through with his arms up higher than the head of the opponent. I don't know what want these guys to do. But did he? I'd like to know if he actually hit him.
That's what he said. He said he made contact with the head.
So 20-15 the score. Thomas More leads. We've reached our second media timeout. We'll step away. 5:48 to play in the first half. You're following the Tigers on the Campbell University Sports Network.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
15, the Tigers trail Thomas More here, 5:48 to play in the first half. And really, Benji, you look at those stats, they're almost identical across the board. Thomas More has 1 extra make from inside the arc, 1 extra make from outside the arc. The free throws even, rebounds even. That's the difference in the ball game. They've hit just a couple of more shots.
Yeah, they have, and Campbellsville is, you know, I would say both teams are not playing at their best. I don't know if fatigue is one thing. You know, we had to go up to Wilberforce the other night. They got back really late, 3:30 in the morning. And everything. So, but right now it's kind of a feeling out process, and you just got to give the little bit advantage to Thomas More. 2 more made buckets than Campbellsville.
And I don't know if Thomas More made the trip down last night or if they came down this morning.
Yeah, I probably would have came down last night.
Veith out front to Matt Smith. Veith off the handoff from Smith. Now Casey George. George, as they go back and forth. Smith to Eddings. Smith wants to roll. Was that ball deflected? It was. I think maybe, no, it was not. Okay.
Out of bounds, yep.
Kind of a weird looking pass there. Maybe Eddings may have just left that flat. Didn't get enough on it to get it to the cutting teammate. 20-15, 5:24 to play in the half. Javon Smith gets the handoff here from Jay Milburn. Now right wing to Sousa. Working, pressured a bit. Wallace goes right side to Travis. They want Milburn on the entry. They have him. Face up Jay on the way, short. And the rebound taken in by Smith. Jacob Jones, far side. Working in line, underneath, forced way down there. Back out top to Veith. Now George between the circles and Matt Smith. George again on the wing. Doesn't use the screen, goes opposite, now circles back into the middle, contested jumper, no good. Wallace the rebound for CU. Tigers the other way. The Sousa to the trailer, Wallace, 3 on the way. Bang! Jace Wallace, his second Edward Jones 3.
Yeah, good job by the Sousa to kick it back to him there. That's 2 threes for Wallace at the top of the key. Campbellsville cut this thing to 2.
George here in the corner in front of us. Working off the screen. Spins back out to Eddings, now on the wing right side, V. Smith. 2 defenders there inside George. Working against Wallace and able to get the position there underneath. And you wonder how Thomas More will generate the offense. Kyle Ross with 2 fouls, Reed Jolly with 2 fouls. This would be a nice time, Benji, for Campbellsville.
Going a little run here.
A little run themselves. 3:50 to play in the half. Milburn out front. Dribble handoff to Travis. Entry back to Milburn. Little hook, baby hook, good for Jay Milburn.
Yeah, good post up there by Jay Milburn. Way to win quick.
22-20. Jacob Jones slowly ahead with it. Off the screen, splits the 2 defenders, and Jones with a finger roll. Campbellsville just didn't quite have that tightened up out front and left Jones a little avenue to split them.
He is quick.
To say the least.
A little zone action here by Thomas More.
24-20. Thomas More leads by 4. Wallace the basketball, rolling inside is DeSouza between defenders. Shot no good. DeSouza swats the rebound attempt, and it's tracked down by Veith in that far corner. Now Jones the other way. Got a stop ball there. They do. Back to Jones, and he'll catch it, hold it here between. So in the logo on the dribble here. Working left side. Creates some room into the corner. George for 3. Casey George hits the 3-point field goal as Jacob Jones able to break down the Tiger defense, and I believe 7 points, the largest lead either way. Right side Smith, now Travis. To DeSouza at the elbow, back out to Smith and Wallace. Oh man, tough pass there. DeSouza spinning, and they're gonna call an offensive foul on Malachi DeSouza. Hard to tell from here, Benji, as he was spinning. First on Kai, 6 on the Tigers. Javon Smith, oh, that's gonna be Zach Travis checking out for Jordan Graham here. 27-20. Less than 2:20 to play in the first half. Campbellsville down by 7. Jacob Jones. Mentioned that question about the offense. Really, Jacob Jones has created it here inside. Contested shot. I don't know how he even got that up over the top and through, but Jacob Jones with some big-time points here for Thomas More, and he's created some points, even if he's not been the guy scoring them.
30-second timeout here.
30-second timeout taken by Coach Vernon.
Yeah, and it's Jones is so quick that he's able to use that screen at the top of the key, and we've seen it a couple times. He's got to the rim and got the layup, but even when we are able to defend that layup, he's kicking it out for the wide open 3. So right now he's their offense with their leading scorer, Jolly, and Ross on the bench with 2 fouls each.
So Campbellsville, 8 of 26 from the floor, 30.8%. Thomas More, Benji, I think they've hit their last 4 shots in a row. Yeah. So that's raised that average from up about 13.
Yeah, there was contact there, but he wasn't set.
And we've seen a lot more than that.
Yes, we have.
Let play on today as you see that replay, 29-20. Campbellsville trails by 9 points here. 2:04 to go, and for the Tigers, just keep this thing.
Yeah, keep it single digits here. If we can get this thing down to, 6 or 5 going into the half, right now we're scheduled to get the ball to start the second half, unless there's a jump ball here. But
Wallace out front to DeSouza, left side open. Javon Smith 3, just off the mark, a little strong there. Rebound to Matt Smith, and Thomas More can add to their lead. Tigers going to have to do it on the defensive end here. Jacob Jones, a nice crossover, pull-up jumper over the top of Javon Smith. No good. Nice recovery by Javon. DeSouza off the right wing. Wallace, left side Smith. Milburn working hard. Smith again, 3 on the way. That is hard. Rebound Wallace. Campbellsville's had several offensive rebounds today. Jace Wallace threw some contact. No good. Rebound ahead to Jones. Jones will slow down a bit. Now he'll work left side, kicks it out. Veith bluffs the shot, drives in, rejected by Jay Milburn. Veith stays with it, rejected by Jordan Graham. Ball deflected out to DeSouza. DeSouza behind the back. Right side of the lane, right hand lays it in, much needed.
Much needed right there. Good defense by Milburn and Graham. Created that opportunity for D'Souza to have an easy layup.
Coach Justin Ray calls out the play here, 29-22 the score. A stop and a bucket, Benji, put you right where you want to be.
Absolutely.
Smith sets the screen. They go left side, Eddings. Out front, Veith at the elbow now. Spins back out to Smith. Right side, George. They'll force him to go left. Milburn, the nice job reaching in there. Ball gets poked out, 5 to shoot. Eddings back to George, who's open. That is strong. Rebound is tapped up. Jordan Graham goes down. George out to Jones for 3. That's no good. And another rebound for Thomas More. The ball just bouncing their way right now. The long rebounds. And they are going to hold it back out with 7 seconds now. Tough break for the Tigers. Let's see if they can get one more stop. Oh, my goodness. George with an ill-advised shot attempt over the much longer D'Souza, and I'm going to say it, Benji, that's a bailout call.
That's a bailout call when there's
that's just good
flops
defense
down here that they're not calling, and then unreal.
Malachi got a large part of the basketball. And what's the rule? Is hand part of the ball? How do they?
No, if it's ball, the ball, if it's
but
in
you got
the
all
hand.
the ball,
Yeah.
I mean, going straight up. I mean, Malachi, it's like a punt block almost,
Yeah,
where he
exactly.
comes through. You get some of the back end maybe, but goodness gracious. Malachi was a bit away from just taking it out of his hands. Free throw by George is good. He gets both. And so we'll see if Campbellsville can throw up a little Hail Mary here. As
Well, the key
Scotty
thing,
Grawl will
block
check in.
block out here. Don't give up an
Oh, that
offensive
was the
board
first,
here.
or the first 2 were good. He's got one more. And this one is good. A tough break on the Tigers there.
Yeah, it is.
Benji. And Coach Ray going to put some subs in here to avoid a potential foul on a player you don't want to get one with 1.9. Wallace will catch and just heave it. And a lot better look than I thought.
Yeah.
Hit the backboard at least from 80 feet. And that's where the first half will come to a close. Campbellsville frustrated a bit with the whistle. 32-22. They trail Thomas More here. We'll step away, take a timeout, come back, and look at the numbers. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
I tell my son, I love you every single day. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious moment.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
The black truck? Hey, Christina from accounting.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, I used to date a girl named Christina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then she dumped me for my best friend. You want to see some photos of them that I took?
I don't.
I thought we talked about this, buddy.
Buzzed and overshared again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna call a car.
That's a smart idea.
So yeah, I know, that's why I did it.
Hey, you're gonna get back to the top of the mountain.
Does that mean I'm gonna get back with Christina?
No.
Oh.
No.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Score here at halftime. The Tigers trail Thomas More. Matt Payton and Benji Kelly with you. Campbellsville struggles in the first half. Benji just 29%. Both teams struggled through the first 16 minutes. Campbellsville saw Thomas More go on a little bit of a run the last few minutes of the half and able to kind of open this thing up here, double figures, and Thomas More 5 of 7 at the free throw line has certainly aided their effort as well.
You know, you would think that when their leading scorer, Jolly, picked up his second, Ross, you know, had 2, that Campbellsville had an opportunity to kind of make a little run there. But I tell you what, this Jacob Jones, he could basically do whatever he wanted to those last 5-6 minutes of the game or the first half, and that's the difference how this thing's got extended out to 10 points. I think they had 5 consecutive possessions where they scored, and Campbellsville on the other hand just couldn't get anything going.
Campbellsville, as I mentioned, 29% overall, 2 of 7 from three-point range, 28.6%. And 2 of 4 at the free throw line for Thomas More, 38.7% overall. So not much better, not great by their own standards, but they do pour in a few more buckets than the Tigers. 12 of 31. They were 3 of 9 from deep and 5 of 7 at the free throw line. The Tigers were led in scoring by Jace Wallace, who had 8 points, 5 rebounds. Wallace, the only Tiger, Benji, with multiple made field goals in the first half, and Keaston Brown, Malik Muhammad in some foul trouble. And I know Thomas More had some guys in foul trouble as well, but one thing you got to do, get those guys back in there and try to find a little offensive rhythm.
Yeah, we really didn't have much rhythm that first half. You know, we had a couple possessions there back-to-back. I think Wallace hit, a couple threes, but it was just a real choppy, ugly first half, really for both teams, other than that 4-minute stretch that St. Thomas or Thomas More was able to extend this thing. So it just has we said it. You watched a great game in a women's game, 40 minutes of just spectacular basketball, and then you come out and it was this kind of real choppy.
Campbellsville, as I mentioned, gets 8 from Jace Wallace, and you start to look here. Malik Muhammad had 3 to go with 4 rebounds and 2 assists in the first half. 3 for Jay Milburn off the bench, 3 rebounds and a block for Milburn. Then 2 points each for Zach Travis, Malachi D'Souza, Jordan Graham, and Chandler Clements. D'Souza finishing with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Keaston Brown was scoreless. He got into some foul trouble there, played just 7 first half minutes. Javon Smith scoreless as well. For Thomas More, they were led in the first half by Casey George. He had 12 points, 4 of 7 shooting for George, including 3 free throws there at the end, 4 rebounds for him, 2 assists. They got 8 from Reed Jolly to go with 6 rebounds, 7 points from Jacob Jones, and 5 from Kyle Ross, and that was the scoring for Thomas More. Wyatt Beath in the starting lineup, scoreless. Matt Smith, Derek Eddings, and then Eli Howard and Scotty Drawd got in there in the final seconds of the first half, really for defensive purposes. But, Thomas More didn't really spread it around. We talked about their bench. They're not going to go super deep. Noah Pack unavailable today. He's in a boot. So Campbellsville's got to find a way to slow down these guys, the head of the snake, so to speak.
Yes, that's a good analogy there. Only 4 of their players have actually scored. So obviously focusing on, Jolly, a lot of attention went to him, but so far they've defended him really well. It's you've got Jones and George, who are just kind of, I won't call them role players, but they're stepping up, in the absence of Jolly. So good opportunity here for this Campbellsville team. You can't really play much worse than, in terms of the execution. And it's not that we didn't play bad. We just didn't make any shots. You're down 10, you get a chance here to get the ball, start the second half, and with your starters back in there. When Keaston Brown's in there, it's a different feel. He's got in foul trouble, and that's just kind of, you have to play some guys in there in his position that normally aren't playing as much, and it's one of the reasons why we're down 10. We need him in that game.
Campbellsville in rebounding pretty close with Thomas More there, 21-20 in favor of the Saints. The Tigers with 1 more on the offensive end, 6-5 there in favor of Campbellsville. 6 assists, 2 steals, 6 turnovers for the Tigers, 5 assists, 2 steals, 5 turnovers for Thomas More, so pretty close in those numbers as well. Enhanced scoring in the paint, 16-12 in favor of the Saints. Off turnovers, 6 each way. Second chance points, 7-4 in favor of Thomas More, and bench points, 7-0 in favor of the Tigers. 1 tie, 3 lead changes there in the first half. Largest advantage, 10 points for Thomas More. The Tigers led by just 2, and that is where we stand here at halftime. We'll step away, take our extended timeout. We'll come back and bring you second half action in just a bit. At halftime, the Tigers trail to 22. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's all good if you think you should check in. Yeah, you should. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
What if you could feel in control of your retirement in just a few clicks? At aceyourretirement.org, you can. Start with a free 3-minute chat with Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer some simple questions like, how do you feel about your ability to save for retirement? Or in how many years do you want to retire? To get free action items customized just for you, get your retirement back on track at aceyourretirement.org.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
As a dad, every day is a challenge. To make sure that the time that I have, I spend with them. It doesn't matter how tired you are, you have to try to teach them. When they learn something new, and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Jason, let's go see your room.
No, that's not right. How was it? Is it good?
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Benji Kelly here with you as we've got 20 minutes left to decide this one. Thomas More with a 10-point advantage heading to the second frame. Over on the women's side today, Benji Kelly and I were here for a terrific basketball game between the Lady Tigers and Saints. Number 3, Campbellsville knocking off number 1, Thomas More. Final score of that one, 70-59. Elsewhere across the Mid-South Conference, the women's side, most of these games in the Central Time Zone, Benji. So
they all are.
Nothing to talk about on the men's side, hardly. You know, a couple of big ones. Cumberland's and Freed Hardeman neck and neck there for that 4-5 spot in conference play right now, and a big win for Rick Reeves' club. They knock off Freed Hardeman on the road. Pikeville a winner over UT Southern. Shawnee State gets Cumberland University, and that a big one. That ties those two teams atop or there for that. They're right in that 7-8 range. The last thing you want to do is fall below that. So a little breathing room maybe for Shawnee State. And then Lindsey Wilson defeats Wilberforce. Actually highlighted that wrong. Lindsey Wilson got a win over Wilberforce. Georgetown and Bethel still playing. Bethel was up, I think, 7. Benji, maybe a minute or so to go.
Yeah, less than a minute to go. Let's see if they've updated that here. 23 seconds left, still 7-point game.
So it looks like Chris Nelson's bunch going to get a win.
Yeah, much needed win.
Much needed win for him, and that'll kind of keep them ahead of Lindsey Wilson by a game for that 9 spot, which there's really not a ton of difference in 9 and 10.
No, but it gives them an opportunity to get up there to that 8 slot if they can, and as we all said, that be able to host that first round matchup at home as opposed to going on the road is so huge.
The Tigers will have the basketball to start things. They're thriving starting 5 out there. Wallace, Brown, D'Souza, Muhammad, and Travis. Wallace working off the screen, left side. Brown, quick trigger 3, bang! Keaston Brown getting into the scoring column. Yeah. That Edward Jones payout.
Yeah, I tell you, that's what we needed from him. You know, he played 7 minutes there in the first half due to foul trouble. He's a heck of a ball player, and we need him in there.
Ross on the end line, looking down inside. Cutting is Veith, and Veith gets his first bucket.
Yeah, Wallace got a little, got his head turned there, and Veith took advantage of it.
34-25, Campbellsville trailing by 9. Wallace working inside, splits defenders. Muhammad's tap in won't go. Campbellsville unable to come up with a finish. George the other way, working against Travis, and a high arching floater as he had to get it up over Muhammad, who was helping out.
I tell you what, he's having himself an afternoon here.
George averages about 12 a game.
He's at 12. 14 already.
D'Souza going to hand it to Travis. 36-25, Travis. Now Brown works off the screen. Spinning, needs some help here. Gonna have to get out of there. Finds Travis left side, 7 to shoot. Travis in the middle, cutting as Brown gets knocked away. Brown just gonna heave it up. We've got a whistle here.
Out of bounds.
They're gonna say maybe KB was out of bounds. So this will go back to Thomas More. Jacob Jones crosses midcourt. Now Ross out front. Ross to Veith, gets it right back. Ross working against Brown here. Malachi DeSouza going to come down and help, but Ross hits the turnaround fadeaway jumper on the end line.
Yeah, good offense there by Thomas More.
38-25, just over 18 minutes to play. Zach Travis, they want Muhammad, and Travis has him in the middle. Muhammad working, and they dig in a couple of defenders. Now Muhammad going to go up with a shot, too strong. Ball batted, knocked out of bounds by Jolly, it appeared. Is the shot clock right?
Yeah, it didn't ever hit rim.
Malik's didn't hit the back of the iron?
I don't think so.
Wallace will pitch it in here to Muhammad. 9 to shoot as the inbound. Now to Sousa spinning right side of the lane, off the window, too strong. Kai tried to tap it up, didn't get enough on it, and the Tigers come up empty once again. Jacob Jones hands it to Jolly, backs away from Muhammad out near midcourt. 17:35 to play in the half. Fall away jumper for Jolly, no good. George gets the rebound as
Chase got a little bit too far underneath there, and you got to put a body on him and push him out, and he didn't. He just
maybe overran it a bit.
Yep.
40-25, Muhammad to Brown. Brown drives in, and Jones must have blocked that. The other way, George, right side of the lane. And here's a foul underneath on Zach Travis. The first on Zach, first on the Tigers in the half. Campbellsville hit that three with Keaston Brown.
And that's
been about it. 8-3 start here in the second half for Thomas More. 17:01 on the clock. George to inbound. Not sure what are we waiting on? Shot clock issues? That's what we're waiting on.
They reset it, and it was above 20 on the foul. You don't reset it, so.
And well, he did want to reset it. He said go to 19 on the shot clock. I don't know. George's going to inbound. Looking, they find Ross as two Tigers get caught up on Veith, and Ross cans the three. Boy, oh boy, Campbellsville hoped for a fast start coming out of the locker room, and instead it's went the other way. Thomas More with some big buckets here to start things, and all of a sudden they've opened it up, and it's an 18-point margin, 43-25. We'll step away, take a timeout. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
Your score here, 16 minutes, 54 seconds remaining in our basketball game. Campbellsville trailing Thomas More, and the Saints, Benji, at halftime were 12 of 31. They're 5 of their first 6 here in the second half.
Totally different feel here in this second half. This is the Thomas More team that we're used to seeing. That first half, they were just struggling from the field early, but they've taken care of business here in the second half already.
Campbellsville does a good job working against some pressure from Thomas More. Zach Travis motioning the offense. Keaston Brown working in some traffic. Right side to Sousa, back to Brown now. Inside, Muhammad going to go to work. Cutting is Wallace, and he'll flush it. And maybe that'll be a little spark for the Tiger offense.
Yeah, nice little dish there from Malik Muhammad.
Tell you what, we don't see Jace rise up too often. Jones inside, got to be careful to Brown, and a late whistle as Jones is falling out of bounds. And that's a tough call here. We'll go against Keaston. I'm not sure if you're Coach Vernon, you may just not leave Brown out there if he he's not out there one way or the other, you're in some trouble. Long pass. Jolly will have to track it down to the backcourt. Jolly out front. Down to 12 on the shot clock here. Jolly, left side to Jones. They've got Ross back to the basket, working against D'Souza. Gonna spin, nope, gonna go up. D'Souza just knocked it away. Ross gonna throw it. Oh my goodness. That's that kind of day, Benji. I mean, that is a Hail Mary from Ross, who got it back after it was blocked, and literally, I didn't know if he was looking at the rim, and here inside we get a moving screen called on Campbellsville. And things go from bad to worse for the Tigers.
It really does. And that's been the tendency when things start to go bad. Sometimes this Campbellsville team just can really let it get away from them, and illegal screen there on Muhammad. But sometimes you have nights like that, Matt. They throw it up. Great defense, throws it up, and it goes in.
45-27. Veith on the right side of Jones. Rowing is Jolly, and Jolly gets the bucket, quick first step towards the rim. 47-27. Travis leaves it with Brown. Off the screen, Brown inside. Fall away shot is no good, too strong, and Thomas More couldn't handle that rebound cleanly. Had Campbellsville had anybody just back there, they might have had an easy bucket. And, well, that's got to be something. Call steps. I don't know what to make of this to some degree there. And Justin Ray's like, what in the world are we doing? Casey George trying to figure it out. That's nothing, he says. JG, you got 12. 47-27. Campbellsville with some changes here, Benji, as Jace Wallace and Zach Travis will head out. Yeah, a bunch of changes. D'Souza and Muhammad also out. I think Keaston Brown, the only Tiger to remain out there on the floor. Milburn, Clements, Graham, and Smith out there. Smith working against Veith, left side, looking underneath for Clements. Not a bad idea, just no passing lane there. Clements was trying to work the inline. Now the Tigers will have to match up. 14.5 minutes to go. Brown pesters Jones. Jones lost it at midcourt, picked it up, and able to get the step on KB and the finish.
Man, he is quicker than a hiccup right there.
Well, he made, I don't know last year if he made his debut against the Tigers or one of his first few games against Campbellsville after Christmas. And he brought new life and energy to that Thomas More offense. It helped propel them to that national tournament final game run they made. Graham shovels one here over to Brown in the lane. Fall away shot once again. Right now, the Tigers offensively just
stone cold.
Have nothing. Jones out front. Gets away from Brown. He'll drive inside. Now they flick it back out. Shooter is Ross. Three on the way. Short. Rebound to Chandler Clements. Keaston Brown ahead to Graham. Milburn is being he and Ross were tangled up. I don't know if Ross ever held him or maybe lost his footing, and the ball goes out of bounds, and it'll be a turnover on Campbellsville, a 30-second timeout here. And Benji, it's a 22-point game. Don't get me wrong, not good, but you feel like if Campbellsville could get any offense at all, they got a shot here.
Well,
I mean, it's
27 points in 27 minutes, so you're averaging basically 1 point a minute. And whereas Thomas More is just playing much better here this second half. You're right. I mean, Campbellsville's had its opportunities. We just can't make these shots. And at the end of the day, that's
a simple game.
It's a simple game.
So you see that Jace Wallace dunk a moment ago. I was kind of hoping that might spark Campbellsville offensively. And this Tiger team, it's going to, for them this season, without some of the scores they had anticipated maybe having, matchups are going to be critical. Matchups are going to be important. Thomas More, one of the teams that can be difficult on clubs, the way they can switch everything, and they're a bit smaller, especially today. I thought maybe Noah Pack being out may help Campbellsville, but it may have hurt Campbellsville a little bit because it took that big out of the middle for Thomas More, which maybe makes it a little easier for Malik. Here, Jolly and Ross out top.
Very
they've
athletic.
made it tough on Malik at times. Not that he's played bad or anything like that, but it gives you ability to spread the floor a little more, and it pulls Malik out of the middle, which can, there's a lot of different wrinkles there.
Well, getting a big out on defense fits this Thomas More team so much better because they're so athletic and they're slashers. They could score down low. They could score outside. So you're right. It probably has worked a little bit against us.
Thomas More basketball, 49-27 the score. George out front. Now Jolly will rip through, working against Clements. A little baby hook will fall away, no good. Ross the rebound and the putback. Got it right over the top of Jay Milburn.
Yeah, they're just out-muscling us right now. Pretty much want to do anything that they want to do against this Campbellsville team.
Clements will drive in line, goes reverse. Ball got knocked away out of bounds. Campbellsville will pitch it in here with Keyston Brown. And he'll throw it long. Milburn will retreat into the backcourt and grab it. 13 minutes to play. Campbellsville trails 51-27. Javon Smith, left wing. And they wanted Milburn, couldn't get it to him. Now Graham will drive it. Jolly throws one up, no good. And ball gets pinballed around. And finally, Veith, falling out of bounds, tried to save it. Couldn't do it. It'll go to Campbellsville here. They gave up on that entry to Jay about a second too soon.
You're exactly right.
Smith in the corner will inbound. Scotty Drawd back in, 6'5" redshirt freshman guard from Fort Mitchell, Kentucky. Played a few moments at the end of the first half. And a little cleanup over there on that far side. Thomas More, one of those teams, Benji, and they haven't played many guys this season. They got a 40 on the roster. Inside Milburn, back to the basket. Now gonna ball fake, step through. That shot won't go. So Campbellsville, Benji, they've seen Thomas More throw in some Hail Marys, and we have just struggled to make the ones that you typically see go through as Kyle Ross picks up his third foul. But Thomas More has about 30 or 40 guys on the roster, it feels like. That's a little tongue-in-cheek. It's more like 22. But it's a lot of dudes, and you can't fit them all on the call sheet, especially when they don't play. So we'll have to pull up their roster if they decide to go a little deeper here, as Drawd hasn't played in a ton of games. And here a step back for Clements is good. So Chandler Clements gets the step back jumper.
Nice move by Chandler Clements there.
Casey George, excuse me, that's George out front working against Smith into the corner. Open shooter is Eddings, no good. Oh, that almost stayed on the rim. Clements grabs the rebound and ahead. Eddings fouls Keyston Brown there, so they try to work it back up the floor. That's the first on Derek Eddings. Played at LaSalle High School there in Cincinnati. Out front, Brown to Milburn. And try to get it to Clements, working against Drawd. Clements going to deck it, drive into the middle, through the contact. Finish is good for Chandler Clements. Couple buckets for Clements.
Yeah, good back-to-back buckets there by Chandler. Little contact there, could have been a foul.
51-31, Campbellsville down by 20 here. Jones nearly has it knocked away by Brown, playing with 3 fouls. George is open. Campbellsville late to recover and get over to him. Jordan Graham grabs the rebound. Let's see if Campbellsville can go on a bit of a run here. Brown, 3 on the way. Bang! Keyston Brown with a 3. We got a whistle here. Is this going to stay with Campbellsville?
Yep, I
Milburn
believe it is.
spilled to the floor. And they're going to, I think, Milburn went down.
Yeah.
Typically, that would tell you it's going to stay with Campbellsville here. So on the rebound attempt, Keyston Brown hit the 3. And this is a big swing here, Benji. All of a sudden, we'll see if Campbellsville can grab some momentum with 11:18 on the clock. The foul's going to go against Casey George. So this will be a baseline out of bounds underneath for the Tigers, correct?
Correct.
So Campbellsville will have a chance to trim a little closer. Keyston Brown with a couple of made Edward Jones 3s in this second half. And we'll be right back. Campbellsville Trails, you're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Mother, mother, am I a tree? You tell me to stand tall. You tell me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course you are. But what kind of tree will you be? The kind to hug or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
The Tigers trail Thomas More. Campbellsville trying to find some offense here. It's been a bit of a struggle today offensively. They played pretty well defensively. Thomas Moore's gotten going a bit more late first half, here in the second half a bit. It was not a pretty game to watch the first 15 minutes.
No,
it
wasn't, especially as we said after watching a spectacular game against the the Lady Tiger and Thomas More.
Clements to inbound. Looking into the middle, ball knocked away by Veith, out of bounds. Keyston Brown tried to flash back to it. Brown spills down, and Jay Milburn will help him up. 51-34, Campbellsville hit the Edward Jones three. Keyston Brown a moment ago. See if they can make this a 5 or 6 point trip. Clements shot on the way, strong. Milburn falls down again as Reed Jolly's back in there. They also had sent Ross back in. Jolly inside has Ross. Graham inside, nearly tied him up, and Ross gets another field goal. Campbellsville has really struggled with Kyle Ross these 2 games this season. Clements elbow jumper on the way. That is strong, and the rebound to Jacob Jones. It started to make some inroads.
Yeah, they did. The ball's just not falling today.
Just one of those days.
Yeah, it is. It's frustrating.
You know, Campbellsville offensively, they struggle at times. I mean, they're capable of beating anybody, but it's margin for error is not going to be huge. But when you have the nights like they've had today where they haven't shot it well, you can see the score kind of run out on them a bit.
Yeah.
And here's a foul on Keyston Brown. That's going to be 4 on KB. Jace Wallace will re-enter for the Tigers. Wallace hurt that hand on the first play of the game the other night at Wilberforce. Played through it, but he was in quite a bit of pain.
Yeah, we were fortunate that not a break there. I think more of a dislocation.
53-34, you can see it's taped up. Jolly out front, now to George. Into the corner, Veith, quick release three, no good. Did Wallace not get pushed from behind?
He did.
He come running, I mean.
Jolly pushed him.
Come on, guys. Take all we can get. 10 minutes to play in the ball game. Inside, Jolly, the turnaround, hits the jumper. 55-34. Graham left wing, three on the way. Bang! Jordan Graham with an Edward Jones three for Campbellsville.
Yeah, quick transition there for the Tigers.
Tigers have actually shot it pretty well from deep here tonight. I think now they're 5 of 11.
Better from three than they are from two.
Jolly has it knocked away. Milburn stole it. Milburn goes left side to Wallace, who couldn't handle it clean. Oh. Jones the other way with numbers. He'll bounce to Jolly, who lays it in. And Coach Justin Ray wants a timeout. And hindsight there, Jay tried. Not that Jay made the wrong play, but
you got to wonder if that fist or that wrist.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to kind of straight line on the actual catch. I don't know if it was behind Jace or not there. But timeout taken by Coach Justin Ray. 57-37 your score. Tigers trail. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network.
If you love them enough to relearn math so you can teach them math, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Tiger pit man on the far side. try to fire up these Tigers. They trail here by 20 points, 57-37. It's an 8-point margin, 10-point margin at halftime. Thomas More has been able to add 10 more here in the second half as they've really seen their field goal percentage jump up. They've already hit as many shots in the second half as they did in the first half. They are 12 of 19 here in half number 2. Campbellsville with just six made buckets. So
six of 16.
Yep. Wallace bounces high post here to Milburn, hands it off to Clements, back to Milburn in the corner, working in against George, and that ball's blocked on the back end by Jones. Milburn had to try to get it around George. Jones came across, ball knocked out of bounds by Jordan Graham. Well, they're going to say no. Graham, they're giving this to Campbell, so I thought Graham got a hand on it. Long ahead, Tigers pitch one up for Chandler Clements. Clements will go right at Jolly. I guess that's a play on.
I guess so. I mean,
I don't understand the flag rule,
either,
to be honest with you, Benji, and that's not a slight at these officials. Is it not one or the other? If it's not one, it's the other, and if it's neither, it's a flop. Is that not the way it was supposed to? It was intended.
That's my understanding.
Jolly off the elbow, jumper on the way, no good. Long rebound is taken in by Jay Milburn. Tigers down by 18. Wallace quickly ahead, lowers his head and cut off. Now Graham a 3, in and out. Oh, the Tigers needed that one.
That was a good look.
57-39, Campbellsville trailing. Jacob Jones with it. Just over 8 minutes to go. Left side, Veith into the corner, Jones. Ross in the corner, Jones again off the wing, on around they go. Now back to Jones as Javon Smith settles in defensively. Now they'll switch. Jones the crossover pull up, no good. Chandler Clements another good rebound here for Campbellsville. The Tigers have gotten a few stops here the last couple of minutes, Benji, but still offense, it's been hard to come by consistently. And we've got a whistle away from the ball here. This will go against Jolly. Sarcastic cheer from the Tigers. Fan base behind us. Smith checks out, Milburn checks out. Muhammad and Travis back in. Wallace to trigger it. He'll just throw it in short to Muhammad. Catches, back to Wallace. Now Travis out front. Zach Travis into Clements, who will spin. He's held, and we've got a whistle once again. And this will go against Jacob Jones. Jones, a transfer from Wisconsin Green Bay. Ross, the transfer from Wisconsin Milwaukee. So Justin Ray really working the state full of cheeseheads. Out top, Travis, right side, Clements. They want Muhammad, he'll go over the top. Muhammad with an acrobatic catch, but it's knocked out of his hands by Casey George, says the gentleman underneath. You see the video, the snowstorm up there
it's
the last
bad.
few days on the interstate?
Yeah,
like
50 car pile up.
Inside, Graham from Wallace. Graham is fouled, and all of a sudden Reed Jolly at risk here with 4 fouls. Fortunately for Coach Justin Ray and company, they've opened up a bit of a lead. Campbellsville still trying here, Benji. You know, the offense, they've got some good looks and different things. They've been working it. It's just one of those days.
It's just
easy,
not
even
falling.
the easy ones haven't fallen. Graham hits the free throw here. Edding's going to check back in as Reed Jolly will get a breather. 57-40. One more for Jordan Graham. That one is good. 57-42. So they've got it back down to 15 here. You'd love to be, you get under that 5-minute mark, you'd love to have it to 8 or 9.
Single digits, yep.
George working off the screen. Now Jones, Veith in the corner, 3 on the way, in and out. Jones, the smallest guy on the court with the putback, and he'll have an and one opportunity.
He's having him a spectacular afternoon. Jacob Jones, the sophomore guard from just up across the river in Louisville.
Free throw here for Jones on the way is good. 68% on the season, hits that one. Back to a 19-point game. Graham on the handoff, 3 on the way. Bang! Jordan Graham, another Edward Jones payout. He started to shoot it a little better here in the late stages of the season. 60-44. Closing in on 6.5 minutes to play. Bluffing the shot here is George. Now they go left side, Veith. Driving baseline, now Eddings in the middle, back out Jones, 8 to shoot. Jones the crossover, drives in, leaves it off. Eddings blocked from behind, and Eddings just fell into Malik. Eddings fell into his knee. That's one of those you see every now and then. Benji, Malik was standing up, and the player falling down fell right into his extended leg. Hopefully, all right, frustrating one for Campbellsville. Clements blocked that clean up top, and then you get the call of a foul. So that's for Chandler Clements, his first. And 6 on the Tigers as a team.
Guys, you got that last play there on the block.
You hear Malachi DeSouza telling his guys, let's try to get it down to 10 by the 5-minute mark. So here underneath, my goodness, guys, if you're going to call that, and there's on the back end Malik's right leg.
Yeah, right into him. All that weight was on there.
So Eddings will go to the free throw line here. Tough call against Clements and the Tigers there. Free throw no good for Derek Eddings. Eddings looking down here, just 33% on the season, so he's struggled at the line. Second free throw for Eddings is good, gets 1 of 2. Of course, Thomas More in their final year as a member of the NAI in the Mid-South Conference. They'll join the D2 Great Midwest Athletic Conference next year. Do provisional status for a couple of years. Here, Graham, another quick release 3, no good. Milburn gets himself a rebound, put back good for Jay Milburn.
But to stay with it there, Milburn, follow the missed shot of Jordan Graham. Little mid-range 8-footer there on the corner.
61-46, George out front. Veith back up top to Ross. And on the dribble here is George. Veith into the corner to Jones, 10 to shoot. Jones looking for help, goes into the corner, that's George. 4 seconds, George gonna have to do something, gets to the outside of the paint and sinks the mid-range jumper. Yeah, Campbellsville really good for 7 seconds there.
Yep, just, you know, good use of the shot clock there.
Chandler Clements falling out of bounds as that entry too far out in front. Tried to save it. Jones picks it up, leaves it for Ross. It's raked out of his hands, and Casey George picks it up. 63-46 the score. Ross turns and looks. Veith wide open off the wing, hits the 3. So Campbellsville turns it over on the offensive end, and Thomas More makes them pay. Wallace, right side. Milburn, quick release and the turnaround hook, too strong. A nice job by Jordan Graham. He could see that Milburn was frustrated, and he kind of patted him on the backside, telling him, come on, get back.
Yeah, get back.
And I like to see that from Graham there. Jones out to the shooter, Ross. 3 on the way for Ross, no good. Ball knocked away by Veith, and Thomas More. Another chance here, just under 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 20-point Thomas More advantage. Left side, Veith open 3 on the way, and Wyatt Veith hits another one. He had been quiet today. He's a really good 3-point shooter. Averages double figures. Wallace into the corner. Travis. And now Clements again. Clements 3 on the way. That's around and out, no good. 69-46. Jones to the front court.
We're still waiting on the media
here.
Yeah,
we've not gotten it. At this point, I'm good without it. I know the team's probably glad to get there. Ross open, won't shoot it this time. And now Jones straight away. 3 on the way for Jacob Jones off the mark. Jay Milburn the rebound for CU. Here come the Tigers once again. Clements will slow it down. Graham left side right at Eddings, and a blocking foul called on Derek Eddings and Thomas More. This will bring us to a stoppage as Jordan Graham will go to the free throw line in just a moment. Campbellsville trails 69-46 with 3:25 to go. You're following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports Network. Campbellsville trails Thomas More in the POW. The Tigers back in action a week from today. Lindsey Wilson will come here to the POW Center. And hard to believe, Benji, in a few minutes we're down to the last 5 games of the regular season. Lindsey Wilson on Saturday, then Shawnee State on the road, Pikeville and Georgetown at home before closing the year at Cumberland's. And
yeah, we're 3 weeks from the end of the season today. Now, the Lady Tigers, I think they have that extra game that they've got to throw in there, that makeup, or not a makeup, but they got to go to Pikeville.
Yeah, it was a rescheduled game. That game was supposed to happen right before Christmas.
But Pikeville, I think, didn't they go down to a tournament?
Florida,
yeah, for a tournament.
And so they rescheduled that, and that may work out in Pikeville's advantage favor, because they are really playing some good basketball now.
Yeah, they are.
Not to say that playing them in December would have worked out any better, but
well, they're
riding some momentum.
Yeah, they're on. They've won 12 in a row.
This free throw no good for Graham.
He took care of business today at Tennessee Southern.
One more for JG here. 69-46, misses both. Jacob Jones the rebound for Thomas More, and the Saints back to the offensive end. Thomas More, the 22nd ranked team in the country, has run off from Campbellsville here in this second half. Veith in the cut. Kyle Ross found him. I think that net come free down there. It looked a little funny. There may be one of the strands come out of there or something. Jordan Graham down to the inline, circles back. Easy lay in for Clementson, and he missed it. That's been one of those days.
Yep.
71-46. I had all but scored 2 points there. Chandler just,
I don't know if he was expecting contact to be made, but just one of those nights.
Jones, the right side of the lane, kicks it back out to Ross. 3 on the way. That one is no good. It'll climb up over the backboard and carry him out of play. Cameron Willis going to check in here for Campbellsville. Willis, the 5'10" sophomore guard from Springfield, Kentucky. Willis can really shoot it. Out front here to Sousa. Back to the basket now, heads towards the rim, lays one up and in. Malachi DeSousa gets the bucket, 71-48.
That's when he's at his best, when he's able to slash like that and get to the rim. So much, he's that long wingspan and able to get it up there over the defenders.
One thing that Coach Vernon talked about, remember if we got it here, is Willis going to be called for the foul on Jones. But, we watched Wilberforce here. I know we didn't, that Wilberforce, that style that they play, Coach Vernon had mentioned that Thomas More is the best travel partner in the league. Even though Wilberforce hasn't been good, they force teams to play so hard.
Absolutely.
Here today, the Tigers just a little flat, everything. You wonder the impact of that. You're playing a team that's that pace and style, pressing and all that. It just takes a lot out of you. And on Saturday, you wonder if Thomas More, they're just kind of picking the bones of teams that see Wilberforce on Thursday. Jones hits the free throw. One more coming here for Jacob Jones, 1:53 remaining in the ball game. That one no good. Malachi DeSouza the rebound for CU. DeSouza left side of the lane and dribbles into a pack of Saints. Ball knocked away. Veith going to take the elbow pull-up. That is no good. Milburn had it. Drawd took it away. And now Jones will hold it out front. The Tigers will be glad to get this one over with. Benji, just one to forget here. Smith in the middle. Dribble, drives in. Fouled by Javon Smith here. Maybe the first on Javon. 8 on the Tigers as a team, and it'll send Matt Smith to the free throw line. Matt Smith just 16% at the line this season. That one's good.
That percentage will jump quite a bit.
Mightily. Short of that being a typo, which I've done before. One more for Smith. Well, I'll tell you what.
I bet that's a typo.
That might be a typo. Man hits 2. I'm at least going to look it up. We'll get him off the hook if.
Maybe it's 61% instead of.
Let's see here. Free throw percentage. Matt Smith. Oh yeah, it's 57%. So definitely a typo. Here's a 3. No good. No. It is 16. Yeah, it was 16%. That shot no good by.
Well, it's much higher now.
The Tigers. Yeah. 57 is his field goal percentage. I don't think he's shot a ton. Here is, he's just 1 of 6. Smith inside and a little right-handed shot good for Matt Smith. 76-48 the score. Travis, left side Smith. Javon Smith to Milburn now. And Keaston Brown into the corner. Cam Willis, 3 on the way. Bang! Cam Willis and Edward Jones 3 out of that far side corner.
Like you said, he can shoot it. Cam Willis, a sharpshooter from up the road a little bit.
76-51. Eli Howard, left side. A lot of changes for Thomas More as they've sent some guys in. Cody Teaton in there. I believe that is Riley Hobner as well. Smith inside. Milburn times the block. Out. Teaton going to take a 3, and that is good for Cody Teaton. Doesn't play a ton.
No, but the bench loves it.
They like to see when those guys get in. And it looks like that's just the second game for Cody Teaton. Justin Ray and the Saints will pick up the win here. 79-51 the final score. Tigers fall to 9-14 on the year, 4-13 in league play. Thomas More improves to 17-5 on the season. They are now 12-5 in Mid-South Conference play. So Thomas More gets it done here today without their big man Noah Pack in the middle. And that's where this one draws to a close as Campbellsville comes up short here today against Thomas More. The Tigers back in action Saturday against Lindsey Wilson College as we comb through the final game numbers here. Benji, 33%, almost 34% for the Tigers today from the floor, just 20 of 59. Meanwhile, Thomas More, well, let's go through Campbellsville's 41% from long range, 7 of 17, 50% at the line, 4 of 8. Thomas More, 31 of 65 today, 47.7%. They were almost 56% shooting in the second half. 33% from long range today for Thomas More, 7 of 21, 10 of 14 at the free throw line, 71.4%. The Tigers had 2 players in double figures, each of them with just 10 points. Jace Wallace had 10 to go with 5 rebounds and 3 assists. Jordan Graham had 10, 3 boards for Graham today. 8 points from Chandler Clements, 4 rebounds. 6 points off the fingers of Keaston Brown. Keaston was 2 of 2 from 3-point range here in this one. 5 from Jay Milburn to go with 6 rebounds. Milburn had a couple of blocks. 4 points from Malachi DeSouza, 4 rebounds, 2 assists. 3 points each from Cam Willis, who hit that 3 there late, and Malik Muhammad, who had 4 rebounds and 4 dimes today for Campbellsville. As we look at Thomas More, their 5 starters all in double figures, and that's kind of been the MO for the Saints this season. Led by Casey George, 10 rebounds, 18 points, 10 rebounds. So he has a big double-double today. I think he had a double-double against Lindsey Wilson. Pulled up that box score. And, yeah, George had 13 and 10 against Lindsey Wilson, so he very well may be Conference Player of the Week, which is interesting from that guard spot there.
Yeah, it is.
For Casey George. Even runs kind of their backup point to Jacob Jones. 16 for Kyle Ross today. Ross, a couple of three-point field goals. 14 from their leading scorer, Reed Jolly, who also had a double-double. 13 from Jacob Jones. Wyatt Veith had 10 in today's ball game. Rebounding kind of got away from the Tigers in the second half. It was close at halftime, 43-28, the final number. 13 offensive rebounds for Thomas More, just 7 for Campbellsville in the ball game. 13 assists, 3 steals, 13 turnovers for CU. 14 assists, 6 steals, and 8 turnovers for Thomas More. Enhanced scoring, Benji looking points in the paint, 40-20 in favor of the Saints, which that's kind of a surprise, especially with Campbellsville. You got guys like Malik and Jay Milburn that would like to work down in the paint and just never really got going today.
They didn't, and I tell you this second half, you know, Campbellsville obviously got a great start there. Keyston Brown hit that three. I thought, all right, here we go. But Campbellsville just couldn't make shots at the end of the day. And, you know, I've talked about that. This team doesn't really have that pure shooter that they've had in years past, and sometimes the offense can be a little stagnant at times. But you got to tip your hat to this Thomas More team. They took care of business today and came in here and played a heck of a ball game. And
somewhat reminiscent of just the way the game was played down at UT Southern. UT Southern with a big win over the Tigers early in the year. Campbellsville struggled early to make close-range shots. They missed a couple of late as well, and Thomas More threw up a couple late in the shot clock.
And they go
that
in.
Went in, and I mean, it happens. You play this game long enough, that stuff. You watch enough of these games, you're going to see it from time to time, of course. Points off turnovers, 21-8 in favor of Thomas More. Second chance, 26-6. That means they scored basically off of every offensive rebound they grabbed. They got 13 offensive rebounds, 26 points.
That's
virtually
that's some efficient basketball.
That's taking advantage in that category. Bench points 26-8 in favor of the Tigers. The score was tied once. Lead changed hands 3 times. Thomas Moore's largest advantage 28, which they ended up winning by here. Campbellsville's largest lead was 2 points as the Tigers turned their attention over to Lindsey Wilson College, who will come here next Saturday, and maybe a good point for Campbellsville, Benji, to have a week away.
Yeah, I mean, we need a week to kind of get some rest, and you know, like you said, you go up and you play in a tough environment with Wilberforce, and then you can tell the guys are a little fatigued here. Wallace is a little banged up as well, but getting that week to not have to travel is kind of huge. I'll step away. I think Coach is here.
Yeah, Coach is here, Brent Vernon, and the Tigers dropping this one to Thomas More. The Saints outdoing Campbellsville by 18 there in the second half. The Tigers just nowhere to go for offense. They finished just 39% there in the second half in terms of field goal percentage, as we'll give the head coach a moment to throw on the headset. Coach, not the result you were hoping for here today. Got a win Thursday against Wilberforce. Here, the offense just seemed really hard to. I know that happens from time to time. It just offensively, just nowhere to go. It didn't seem.
No, you know, the way the game started out, I was okay with it because neither team was really doing tons on the offensive end. A little run by them late in the half to get that double-digit lead obviously wasn't beneficial for us. I thought the first couple minutes of the second half was huge. We made that first shot, and I felt really good. And then they just came back on a barrage of shots and really just took the wind out of our sails. It wasn't from a lack of competing from our guys. They're a very good team, incredibly well coached. They're also a very physical team. And this has nothing to do with the outcome. Depending on how the game's officiated, a lot of times determine what angle the game's going to go. 25 fouls and a total of 20 free throws. We need it to go the other way. We need a more tightly contested called game. But they called it the same both ways. So that's not where I'm heading with this at all. It was just one of those for us. It benefits us more playing against Thomas More with their physicality for more fouls being called. And they really did a nice job of just really bulldogging their way through our offensive stuff and sort of taking us out of what we wanted to do.
Yeah, and to further that point, they're not very deep, so if the fouls are called, it forces Coach Ray's hand in some other ways, and And second with that, you want to play back to the basket at times with your 2 big posts. So kind of furthering that point that you just made, and this is where I was going with my next question, you really couldn't get Jay and Malik going. And I thought with Noah Pack being out, that may help, but I'm not sure it did, because maybe it made them tougher on the defensive end for you guys at times.
It could have, and that was our game plan, and obviously, like you said, they really did a nice job of taking it away. They're a team that likes to double the post, but whenever Noah Pack's out, they're 100% going to double the post. We still thought we had the matchups we needed. We had a few, an offensive foul called, maybe even 2 on the double, but we handled it well and didn't turn it over out of it. We just didn't get the shots to go down. I thought we had some attempts at the rim, especially in the first half, that Malachi, Jace, those are normally shots they finish. But again, with the physicality, you have to adjust to how they're officiating the game and realize, okay, as you penetrate and they all start collapsing, that's when you got to kick it out. And we were trying to force our hand to get to the foul line instead of realizing, okay, we're not calling that today, and let's get the shots.
And it feels like with your team, Keaston's the one player you can't really lose to foul trouble. You can run Jace at the point and do some different things. And Keaston playing the point wasn't even the intention coming into the year. Here you are. When he picks up those fouls, it changes everything for you.
It does. And the first foul, and I can't even remember the first foul, but I remember not really being happy with the call. The second one's definitely a foul. But whenever you have some limited options, and we've sort of had to piece together the point guard spot, not having KB out there, because he is a big security blanket for us, hurts. At the same time, you go a step further, he's been playing incredibly well the past few games, and his shot's been falling more. He's playing with a whole lot more confidence. So whenever those fouls happen and he gets taken out, it does make our offense a little harder to flow. But again, I thought our guys did a nice job, especially in the first half, of trying to get what we needed. Jace, I thought, did okay trying to get us in our stuff. And we've been up and down with that, but I think we've done a nice job, and we're going to continue to progress in this little amount of time we have left.
One bit of good news, and I hope not, because that means you're in the conference tournament final side in Bowling Green, but I'll be glad if that's the last time we see Reed Jolly. I mean, that kid is something else.
Jokingly, I talked to Coach Ray right before the game, and I said, unless conference tournament, personally, I'm glad we don't see anymore. He's done a fantastic job. They've got a nice pipeline in that Ohio area, and again, it's just one of those things out of respect. He actually said the same thing to us. We've had a lot of close games over the years. Unfortunately, this one wasn't one of them. But again, they're just a good team. There's a reason they went to the Final Four last year. There's a reason that they're going to be a national tournament team this year. So it will be good for that to happen.
And we don't talk about this often, but he was a kid that you loved in high school. Would have loved to have had him, but he played AAU with some guys that were already at Thomas More. That was kind of a long thing. If he didn't get that big offer, he would have been a Saint. But I remember those conversations 3 years ago, 4 years ago. You loved that kid.
I did. He's a winner. You look at his Campbell County teams in high school that they went to the state tournament 3 or 4 years that he was there. It's one of those. I watched him a lot. I saw him a lot his senior year, and sometimes he was a great kid to recruit. He was always very polite and stuff, and sometimes you don't know the inner workings of what they're thinking. And unfortunately, about 2 or 3 days before we started figuring out, all right, he's committing to Thomas More, the word got out that he would have liked to maybe gone northern or something around home, but if he didn't, he wasn't leaving home as well. So again, he's done a nice job. He's one that's had a nice career, and again, he makes winning plays. I give him a lot of credit.
Malik left banged up there late. Maybe a good time for a week off for you guys. You get a little time to make sure that he's okay, hopefully okay, and Jace a little rest. Maybe a good time for a 7-day break.
It is, and that was whenever we got into the locker room is one of those, and this is something I like about our team, is they're incredibly competitive. They really want to win. They have a very good bond with each other, and before I could even get in there, obviously they're disappointed, but I went in and I heard somebody say, guys, listen, it's not the result we wanted, but we can't let this affect us moving forward. We have to chalk this one up. They got the better of us, learn from it, and get better. And I was like, man, that's really good words, because as the season winds down, you want to try to get every ounce of every game. The first thing I said when I heard that said, I said, we don't need to harp on this right now. If we need to go back and look at some things after film, we definitely will. But my biggest thing was, this is a perfect time because our guys have been playing hard. We've been practicing hard, and we are tired. We are banged up, and everybody is this time of year. But we don't have a game midweek next week. We've got 7 days off, and it is a perfect time for us. So we can take a couple days off, maybe even a third day somewhere in the middle of the week, and try to recharge the battery for this late season run, hopefully.
Coach, we'll get back at it on Saturday. Lindsey Wilson here at the PAL. We won't even look too far ahead. It's a Blue Raider team you got at their place. I know you'd like to get them once more here at the PAL.
We would, and again, as I told them, I said don't take anything for granted of what we did the first time we played them at their place. They're playing much better. They're competing really hard, just like we are, and it'll be a big game for both of us, and we've got to be in tune and engaged, and hopefully we can get that win to get some things rolling for these last 3 weeks.
Coach, we'll try it again next week.
Yes, sir.
Coach Brent Vernon and the Tigers fall here to Thomas More this evening, 79-51. Your final score. That'll put a bow on our broadcast. The Lady Tigers knock off #1 Thomas More here at the Powell Center in the first half of this doubleheader. The Tigers dropping one here to the Saints this evening. The Lady Tigers back in action on the road Thursday evening in Pikeville, Kentucky, as they will take on the Bears in the Expo Center. I'll have the call of that one, 5:15. Our coverage begins on Thursday evening. And then on Saturday, back here at the Powell for a Mid-South Conference doubleheader as Lindsey Wilson comes to the PAL. The game's beginning at 1 and 3. Coverage starts at 12:45. A special thank you to Campbellsville University President Dr. Joseph Hopkins for his support of our broadcast here today. We also say thank you to Rusty Hollinsworth, Vice President for Athletics, and Director of Athletics Jim Hardy as well. The entire Sports Information Department. The crews were playing down today. Those and TV, Sheldon Dawson out, as well as Zach Wilson. Many folks pitching in to cover the slack. We wish them well as they're under the weather. And those producing our broadcast today, stepping in a pinch, Jordan Annell, Alex Mead, C.J. Burgess, all of those guys helping out. Colin Sheffield back at Master Control. Eden Hale has produced our broadcast on 88.7 The Tiger here today. Benji Kelly on color commentary. And as always, all of you who have followed our coverage today throughout the CU Sports Network, a special thank you to you as well from the Powell Athletic Center. Matt Payton signing off. You've been following the Tigers on the Campbellsville University Sports